Greetings of the day. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the technical session on human resource management and best practices of the first International Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship 2022. To start off the proceedings of the session as a coordinator, I take the pleasure to welcome and introduce our session chairs, Professor S. Gunapalan and Dr. Chirag Vyas to you. We are very grateful for you taking your precious time and joining us today. First, let me introduce our panel chair, Professor S. Gunapalan, to you. Professor S. Gunapalan is the respected academic who is currently the professor in the Department of Management attached to the Faculty of Management and Commerce, Southeastern University. He holds the Doctor of Philosophy from the Manomaniyam Sundaranath University of India. He obtained his Master of Commerce from the University of Kelaniya and a Master of Business Administration from Alakappa University of India. He also successfully completed his Bachelor of Business Administration from the University of Jaffna. He is specifically interested in undertaking researches in the areas of organizational behavior and microfinance and entrepreneurship. Next, I pleasantly introduce our panel chair, Dr. Chirag Vyas to you. Dr. Chirag Vyas is the assistant professor who currently serves to the Department of MBA, Indu Khaga Kobale Institute of Management, Charota University of Science and Technology. He is the Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Ahmedabad. He completed his Master of Human Resource Development from M.K. Bhavnagar University and as well completed his Master of Business Administration from C.K. Manipal University. He successfully obtained his Bachelor of Commerce from M.K. Bhavnagar University. He is specifically interested in undertaking researches in the areas of human resource, strategic management, industrial relation, and human experience. Now, I very respectfully call upon the panel chair, Professor S. Gunapalan and Dr. Chirag Vyas to take over the session from here on. And I also wish all the presenters the best of luck. Over to you, sir. Sir? Sir, now you can call upon the paper's ID's name in order. So we will play the videos and after that you can attend the 5 minutes Q&A session, sir.
It's not allow me. Okay, very good, very good, very good. Thank you so much, Ms. Sambhavi, for your systematic efforts to coordinate this all the people. Right. First of all, I welcome all the paper presenters, and also I take this opportunity to welcome my co-chair, Dr. Srang. Yes, and also I take this opportunity to congratulate all the program coordinators, the dean and the vice chancellor and all the people. So I welcome all the paper presenters and the participants to this session. So here in my session, right, paper number ID 12, ID 17, ID 8 and 14. I think already Ms. Sambhavi given all the instructions, right? Many times given everything, right? So we don't need to delay. So I think we will start our program, right, immediately. So first I invite paper number 12, Ms. MSP Binoja. Binoja in the line now?
Yeah, I am Priyadarshani is here, sir. It's a co-author.
Okay, please. Ms. Binoja, you can present now.
Good morning to all. I am Subhadini Priyadarshan from Trincomalee campus. I would like to present my topic, Influence of Socially Responsible Human Resource Management on Employee Outcome. When we consider to the organization or business companies cannot be separated from the environment. Environment is a part of each and every organization. My topic is, main theme is socially responsible human resource management. It's one of the key component of sustainable human resource management. This term has in the two major concepts, corporate social responsibility and the human resource management. Look into the major work of socially responsible human resource management are the tool for its successful implementation of CSR activities. In particular, the objectives are achieved. Look into the corporate social responsibility. It has one of the concepts. It support to the organization for the social well-being and relation with the stakeholders. In the CSR, support to the business growth activities, social performance, increasing organizational performance, motivating employees, long-term competitiveness through attracting customers and gaining institutional legitimacy. In the CSR, treating the organizational employees, both inside and the outside stakeholders, in the ethically and the socially well-in manner. In the CSR, activities are achieved through the HRM practices. Consider to the Sri Lankan context, death of researchers are conducted in this theme. Therefore, the researcher going to apply this theme in the public sector organization. Now we can move to the objectives. The following objectives have been formulated to identify the determinants of SRHRM, to identify the relationship between SRHRM and employee outcome, to find out the impact of SRHRM on employee outcome. Now move to the literature part. In this, SRHRM is one of the social steering instrument. It support to the two concepts in the CSR activities and the HRM activities. In these HRM practices and policies with the principle of CSR is achieved. And next one in the SRHRM having the three factors, influencing factors are legal compliance HRM, employee oriented HRM, general CSR facilitation HRM. Legal compliance means is related to the laws and the standard. It concerns equal opportunities, health and safety, working hours, minimum wages, and the child labor. Employee oriented, it is related to the employee personnel and the family needs. It includes the training, feedback, mentoring, career and management, workplace democracy, employee participation, and the involvement. CSR facilitation is related to the HRM policies and the practices. It considers both employees and the external stakeholders in and outside, and achieving the objectives in the short and long-term sustainability. Next one is the employee commitment. Commitment means people attached to the organization and identification and involvement. Every individual contribute to the organization. Next one, organizational citizenship behavior. It's for the individual optional action by employee that are outside their formal job description. And finally, relationship between the socially responsible human resource management and the employee outcome. Employee outcome are listed here in the organizational commitment, job satisfaction, organizational citizenship behavior, and turnover intention. These are the outcome positively influence on the SRHRM. Next one, we can move to the methodology. It's a conceptual framework. There is a two concepts. Socially responsible HRM is linked with the employee outcome. Based on the conceptual framework, operationalization is formulated. It has explained here in the concept. Socially responsible come under the three variable. Employee outcome selected only for the two variable, employee commitment and the organizational citizenship behavior. And those dimensions is there. Measurement is through the questionnaire. Next one is a methodological part based on the literature. Author formulated in the two hypotheses based on the outcome of employee outcome of organizational citizenship behavior and the employee commitment. There is a significant relationship between SRHRM and organizational citizenship behavior. There is a significant relationship between SRHRM and the employee commitment. Consider in the sample selection is Ampara Divisional Secretariat selected only for Alayadi Vembu, Akkarepattu and the Thirukovil. Among that, 100 samples selected based on the systematic random sampling method. Next one, for the analysis purpose, for the univariate, bivariate and multivariate is used for this analysis. For the univariate purpose, these decision criteria are formulated. Next one, in this data analysis for the reliability test is important. In this reliability test value is acceptable manner in the Cronbach value, and this correlational analysis based on the two tables separately discussed here in the organizational citizenship behavior and the employee commitment having the positive relationship with the employee's outcome. And this descriptive analysis, all the mean variable are fall into category on the two, all are in the moderately support with that employee outcome. Next one, move to the model summary, separately discussed. First one is organizational citizenship behavior. 51% is contributed. And this one, employee commitment is 66% is contributed. In the overall value for the SR, HRM and the employee outcome is 65% contributed. Next one is the ANOVA table is a significant, and the coefficient table. In this coefficient table, on the last factor is general CSR HRM is an insignificant relationship is here. In the discussion part, in this descriptive analysis, all the variables are moderately influenced, and the correlation analysis, there was a relationship between SRHRM and the employee outcome. Based on the hypothesis, in the citizenship behavior is contributed 51.2%, and the employee commitment is 66%, and the overall contribution, both factors are in the 65%. In the overall analysis, one of the component is a general CSR facilitation HRM is insignificant when it comes to the employee's outcome in this organization. Next one, CSR is a powerful communication tool. At the same time, in the SRHRM is one of the important mechanisms to motivate the skilled employees. In this, we can see here in the practical example for the CSR activities in the Ampara Divisional Secretariat. Based on the report, performance report secretariat in the Ampara 2019, it has indicated that they had implemented in the community development activities in 2019 67.27%, and they are contributed in the environmental protection under the tree planting, and they had conducted in the national program Unit for Nation. In this national program, among the divisions, Uganda is a successfully implemented various development program covering in the all the villages with the contribution of the people. At the same time, they had in the future plan for the implemented in the 439 project based on the social welfare, public welfare and the community development up to 2019 completed in the 75%. Even though they had in the drawbacks for the implementation progress because they prepared in the action plan well in manner, but allocated of money not received based on it. At the same time, unable to complete in the task in a stipulated time. So they want to consider in the short and the long term sustainability to prepare in the action plans. These are the research. These are references.
Yes, Miss Vinoja.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Vinoja.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you did a very good presentation. Right, we have some questions. Is it okay
Yes,
to
sir.
ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you did a wonderful presentation, and also your research based on the government employees, particularly DS office, Tirukkovil, Aladivombu, and Attalachin area, isn't it? Hello, Vinoja? Hello, Miss Vinoja?
Yes, sir.
So your research based on the government employees, particularly the DS office in Tirukkovil, Aladivombu, Attalachin, the coastal area. Isn't it?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Sir, difficult to hear.
really. So now, how you can collect the information?
Yes, sir.
Right? How you can collect the information or data from these office people? Did you distribute questionnaire or interview, or whatever the mechanism you adapt to collect the data?
So myself and the co-author Vinoja also participate in this research, mostly collected in the data during the COVID-19. That questionnaire issued that Vinoja is their native place in the Batikalo. That co-author is collected this data from the employees only, sir.
Okay, okay. What is the response of that employees? Response rate?
Response rate is averagely level, sir. It's okay.
Okay, very good. Now
They don't give in a full information, but in part and partially it's okay.
Okay, very good. Now your research based on that HRM practice and CSR and some other aspects, your findings also indicate that. But one of the findings you mentioned here, you did a research in the particularly in Tirukkovil, Aladivombu area, but your findings say that something related to the Uganda. Why?
No, sir. I have incorporated in the practically example in the Ambara having a one of the divisional area is Uganda. In the 2019, they had done in a number of social programs. That's why I have incorporated. Some other areas are in the less program to compare. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, any other participants, please, you have any questions? Doctor? Dr. Shran, you have anything to ask? Yes, doctor, please. You have anything to ask? Other participants, you have any questions? So, if not, Miss Sambhavi, Miss.
Yes, sir.
Shall we call other participants, other presenters?
Sir. Yeah, sir. That's why we are already running out of the time, sir. So can we call?
Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Vinoja. You did a wonderful job. Please continue your work. Right? As an academic, I also appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much,
for
sir.
the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So next participant, paper ID 1717, HMK Prasandika and NW KDR Ratnayak. They are, no? Yes, please.
Good morning, dear sirs and madams. I am HMK Prasadika. Now I'm going to present my research findings under the topic, the perceived influence of occupational health and safety on job performance of factory workers in a manufacturing organization in Sri Lanka. This is the outline of the presentation. So moving on to the introduction, occupational health and safety management is one of the major functions of human resource management, and it aims at improving the physical, mental, and social well-being of employees at workplace. It has been discovered that the employees in the manufacturing industry are exposed to many hazards, and this is likely to influence their levels of job performance. However, there are only few studies conducted on the impact of occupational health and safety on the job performance of employees when it comes to Sri Lankan context. And this research attempts to fill that gap. Talking about the problems of the study, based on the reviewed literature, it has been found that occupational health and safety can significantly impact the job performance of employees in the manufacturing industry. Therefore, the problem statement of this study is, what is the influence of occupational health and safety on job performance of factory workers in the selected manufacturing organization in Sri Lanka? Talking about the research objectives and research questions, basically there are two main objectives of this study. The first one is to investigate the relationship between occupational health and safety on job performance. And the other one is to investigate the influence of occupational health and safety on job performance. So based on these two objectives, the research questions have been derived, and therefore there are two main research questions for the study. The first one is, what is the relationship between occupational health and safety on job performance of the factory workers in the selected manufacturing organization? And the other one is, what is the influence of occupational health and safety on the job performance of the factory workers? So here I have summarized the findings of some literature, So according to these findings, it has been discovered that there is a significant impact of occupational health and safety on the job performance of employees. So talking about the methodology of the research, this is a quantitative research done using the deductive approach, and the population of the study is all the factory workers in the selected manufacturing organization. The sample size is 100, and the sample has been decided using the stratified random sampling technique, and the data has been collected for the study using a self-administered questionnaire which is based on 5-point Likert scale. In this questionnaire, one indicates strongly disagree, 2 indicates disagree, 3 indicates neutral, 4 indicates agree, and 5 indicates strongly agree. So Pearson correlation analysis and regression analysis has been used to test the hypothesis, and for analyzing the data, statistical package for social sciences version 23 has been used. So this is the conceptual framework of the study. Here, occupational health and occupational safety has been taken as the independent variables, whereas job performance has been taken as the dependent variable. So for this study, we have used two hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 is to check whether there is a significant influence of occupational health on job performance of the factory workers in the selected manufacturing organization. And the second hypothesis is to test whether there is a significant influence of occupational safety on job performance of the factory workers in the selected manufacturing organization. So these are the results. And here you can see the results of the descriptive statistics. So the mean value of all the variables, occupational health, occupational safety, and job performance are about 3. And in the study, we have received responses for all the responses from all the sample. Therefore, the observation count is also 100. Then moving on to the correlation, results of the correlation analysis, it is seen that the correlation between occupational health and job performance is 0.709, which is a significant positive value. Then the correlation between occupational safety and job performance has been recorded as 0.778, which is also a positive significant value. So this indicates that occupational health and occupational safety have a strong positive relationship with job performance. Then moving on to the results of the multiple regression, it is seen that occupational health has recorded a beta coefficient of 0.480 and occupational safety has recorded a beta coefficient of 0.637. All these, the results of variables are significant under the two-tailed test since both the coefficients are less than 0.05. Then, based on the findings of the multiple regression analysis, we can find that the hypothesis 1 is supported with the findings indicating that there is a significant influence of occupational health on job performance of the factory workers of in the selected manufacturing organization. And also, the hypothesis 2 is also supported with the results indicating that there is a significant influence of occupational safety on job performance of the factory workers in the selected manufacturing organization. So we are moving on to the findings and conclusion. As per the results of the Pearson correlation analysis, it has been revealed that occupational health and safety practices are significantly and positively associated with the job performance of factory workers. This finding is in line with the previous findings of Castro et al., Ali and Harness and Gabriel. Further, the results of the study also have revealed that occupational health and safety practices positively and significantly influence the job performance of factory workers in the selected manufacturing organization. These findings are in line with the empirical findings of the previous researchers such as DeGenero, Olivich, and Ritter. So, here I have shown the suggestions for the improvement of further research. There, we can increase the sample size of the study. In the study, we have used only 100 employees as the sample. So, when we are doing further studies, we can increase the sample size, and also we can increase the participants from the sample size in the selected firm involved. And since this study has used only one firm for the research study, the generalizability of this findings are quite limited. Therefore, we can use a large and more diverse sample in different organizations for further studies. And also, we can include more dimensions of the selected variables. So these are the references I have used for the study. And thank you.
Sir, I think Gunapalan sir is having some technical issues. So can you please give some suggestions or comments, sir?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. I just need to know what the rationale behind this actually she found this. I think sir is available. Madam?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. Sir, Gunapalan sir, I think you are on mute, sir. Can you please unmute yourself?
Now it's okay now. Okay, now.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Hello.
Yes, Miss Prasandika.
So I'm really sorry. I underwent a network failure here. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Are you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, please. Now you did a wonderful presentation, and also you prepared your presentation slides in a proper way, right? Very
Thank
good
you, sir.
manner. So thank you so much for your presentation. Today, you all know, right, the occupational health and safety play a significant role in our organization, right? So you did a wonderful research. So we have a small question, right? Shall I ask? Hello, Ms. Prasantika?
Yes, sir.
So how
Yes,
you can
sir.
collect this all the information? How you can collect this all the information, right? What are the mechanisms you adapt to collect this information?
I used a questionnaire, a self-administered questionnaire consisting of 41 statements. That is based on 5-point Likert scale. So I found this. I got the information from an manufacturing organization where I did my internship under the undergraduate studies. So that is how I collected information. I distributed the questionnaires for the 5 main sections of that factory, and 20 for each section. Likewise, for the altogether, the sample was 100. Then that is how I collected information using the questionnaire.
Thank you so much. No. Now, practically, what are the health and safety issues they are facing based on your research?
Yes, sir. Now, when you take that company, it is basically producing hygienic products. So they are working with hazardous chemicals. So there are PPE equipments, but still some new employees are not much used to them. So they face safety issues because of that. Like they have to handle chemicals and
Okay, thank
machinery.
you so much. Yes. Okay, very good. Dr. Sarang, yes, please. I don't know how to pronounce your name. You have anything to ask? Voice is not clear. So, participant, you have any questions? Ms. Sambhavi?
Yeah, sir. Sir, I think they don't have. So can we move to the next presentation because we are running out of time. That's the thing, sir.
Okay.
Is it okay, sir?
Okay, yes, please. Shall we call other one?
Yeah, yes, sure.
Yes, please. Now the ID. Thank you so much, Ms. Prashantika. So then ID number 1414. Right.
No, sir. It's sorry, sir. It should be ID number 8, right, sir?
Yes. ID number 8. Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah.
ID number 8. Nabin Ranawaka. Mr. Naveen Ranawaka. Yes, please.
Good day to everyone. I am Dr. Nitin Ranawaka, Principal Investigator. My topic is factors affecting organizational commitment of employees of Base Hospital, Vallawaya. As we all know, human resources are very important asset to any organization. Human resource contribute to achieve organizational goals, objectives, as well as get competitive advantage. And it is unique resources. But for the superior performances, it is necessary to have high organization commitment among employees. Organizational commitment can be defined as employee sense of attachment and loyalty to the work organization. There are many factors can influence the organizational commitment, such as personal factors, job characteristic, working condition, leadership style, organizational climate, etc. Sri Lanka health sector can be divided into two parts, public sector and private sector. Public sector account for 40 to 45% of outpatient treatment and 90% of inward treatment. Sri Lanka hospital can be categorized in several categories: national hospital, teaching hospital, provincial general hospital, district general hospital, base hospital. Likewise, my research targeted to base hospital. There are hospital staff can be classified in two categories: clinical staff and non-clinical staff. Clinical staff can be medical administrators, medical officers, nurses, paraclinical services, and healthcare assistant. In base hospital, Vallavaya, hospital manager always receive several complaints from patients and public regarding hospital employees' performances, as well as hospital manager get complaints from the employees regarding physical working condition, facilities, and roster likewise. So they may have a poor organization, poor performances, and poor job satisfaction. It may be due to poor organizational commitment. So my research problem is, to what extent do personal factors, job characteristic, physical working condition affect the organizational commitment of employees in base hospital Vallavaya? I have 5 objectives to identify the level of organizational commitment of employees in base hospital Vallavaya, to determine the association between personal factors and organizational commitment, to determine the relationship between job characteristic and organizational commitment, to determine the relationship between physical working condition and organizational commitment, and to assess the moderating effect of job category on the relationship between job characteristic and organizational commitment. There are several researchers we can find to prove that personal factors, job characteristic, working condition has effect to organizational commitment. This is my conceptual framework. Dependent variable is organizational commitment. Independent variables are personal factors, physical working condition, job characteristic. And I have moderator variable. It is job category. Job category can be influenced into the relationship between job characteristic and organizational commitment. I have 10 hypotheses, 7 hypotheses, first 7 hypotheses regarding personal factors. There are no significant association with employees' age, gender, marital status, educational level, working experience, income per month, distance to workplace, and organizational commitment of employees based hospital Vallavaya. 8 hypothesis is there is no relationship between job characteristic and organizational commitment. The next one is there is no relationship between physical working condition and organizational commitment. 10th one is job category does not has a moderating effect on the relationship between job characteristic and organizational commitment. This is descriptive cross-sectional study. Study setting is base hospital Vallavaya. I have selected medical officers, nursing officers, and healthcare assistant because they are the people who connected with the patient always. According to Solvin formula, sample size was 129. Sample was selected by stratified random sampling. Interviewer administered questionnaire used to collect information. Organizational commitment, job characteristic, and physical work condition take as a composite indicator. Personal factors measured as separate variable. So all variable did not follow the normal distribution. So non-parametric test has used. To test the statistical significance, 95 significance level was used. Result and finding. According to the result, there are 16.3 medical officers, 39.5 nursing officers, and 44.2 healthcare assistants. Mean age of all employees is 37.5. Majority are females, it is 75.2. Most are married, and there are significant difference between education level of study population and monthly income. Almost all medical officers have a degree, and 24% have PG. From nursing officers, only 20% have degree. Healthcare assistant don't have any degree. According to the result, medical officers have more than 100,000 rupees income, while healthcare assistant have less than 100,000 salary. And distance to work, majority of medical officers travel more than 50 kilometers, while majority of nursing officers and healthcare assistant travel less than 50 kilometers. organizational commitment mean value is 3.18. Highest commitment for the normative commitment and lowest commitment for the continuous commitment. Effective commitment is middle. Among medical officers, organizational commitment is 3.14, nursing officers 3.29, healthcare assistant 3.10. So according to the result, nursing officers have high organizational commitment. Mean value for job characteristic is 3.78. Mean value for physical working condition is 2.76. So physical working condition is level below of average. According to the result, among the personal factors, gender, education level, working experience, and income has significant association with organizational commitment. Job characteristic and physical working condition have significant impact on organizational commitment. Job category has moderating effect. Improvement of the job characteristic increase the organizational commitment of nursing officers, but improvement of the job characteristic among medical officers and healthcare assistants decrease the organizational commitment. According to the conclusion, three factors not supported, but other all hypotheses were proved, such as gender, education level, working experience, income per month, job characteristic, physical working condition has significant impact of organization commitment, and job category have moderating effect. My recommendation are, it is necessary to act to increase the organizational commitment of healthcare workers in base hospital LOI, as everyone have just above the middle value. So we have to identify the group of workers with low organizational commitment, such as male patient, low level education, income, experience, and we have to arrange the educational program, in service program, and workshop targeting to above group to increase their knowledge and practice. We should develop career development program, as well as we have to delegate the task to the employees efficiently. We have to provide incentives, overtimes, extra duty payment, whatever possible to increase their income, and we have to provide proper feedback to employees. If possible, we have to provide favorable physical working condition, and we have to incorporate work ergonomics to the working environment. And we have to change the job design duty list in favor to increase organizational commitment. But according to the level of base hospital, we cannot change the job design and job list. These are my reference. Thank you. Any questions?
Sir? So you may ask questions, or if you have any suggestions, you can read them, sir.
Yes, very good, Mr. Ranawaka. You did a wonderful research. Right, due to the time limit, we have only one question with me. Right, based on your research finding, you found that the working condition, physical working condition, play a role, right, supported role in their performance. So I am asking, what type of working condition impact on the employees? What type of conditions, the positive or negative? Yes, Mr. Ranawaka. Hello, Mr. Ranawaka. Mr. Nadine Ranawaka, is it clear? No, voice is not clear. Both of the voice are not clear. Mr. Ranawaka, is it clear now?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Is it clear now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Regarding physical working condition, I took lighting facilities, seating facilities, and washroom facilities and restroom facilities. Those are the variable I selected for the selected as physical working condition. So the positive physical working condition, that means favor to employees, are positively associated with the organization commitment. That means if we increase physical working condition favorable to employees, that means if we provide good chair, good table, good bath, good toilet, good lighting facilities, employees' organization commitment will be increased.
Okay, thank you so much. Your presentation is very good.
Okay.
Best of luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So next presenter. Yes, next presenter, the ID number 1414, MAD Prabodhya and HRAC Tilanga. Yes, please.
Greetings, I'm Dilangi Prabodhika from the Open University of Sri Lanka. I'm going to explain my research, which is titled on the impact of employee motivation on employee performance in private banking sector in Sri Lanka, gathering evidence from Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation. Due to the global market conditions and the slow growth of developed economies, many organizations had to modify their strategies. In strategizing, these organizations aim to maintain profitability and to make the organizational growth. In Sri Lankan financial system, the banking sector plays a major role as they engaged in the provision of liquidity to the entire economy. The hard work of motivated employees is recognized as the key element in successful navigation through the financial issues. By considering these facts, the study is conducted considering employees in the HSBC to investigate the factors motivating employees, explore the topmost motivator among the HSBC employees on the job performance, along with the banking sector from the Sri Lankan context. In this slide, I have showed the objectives of the study. There are 3 objectives, and there are 3 research questions as follows. And when we consider the problem statement, to be able to provide a superior service, HSBC have a good sound pool of human resource who are motivated to deliver an unmatched service. If the bank does not recognize people well and treat them comfortably, there is a probability that employee motivation level will drop down significantly and will affect the performance and perception of the bank negatively. Further, with the improved economic conditions in Sri Lanka, contributing to the strength of the banking sector, more opportunities have become available for bank officers to switch to the competitor banks or other financial institutions, which are rapidly expanding. Under the literature review, the employee motivation. Before the term motivation, the term will was used by the well-known philosophers as well as the notable social theorists when talking about motivating human behaviors. The term motivation was developed in the early 1880s. According to the scholars, motivation is believed to be an entity that revokes interest one to action. Many researchers have offered unique definitions of motivation, and recent academic disclosures have investigated that the motivation is an internal drive to satisfy an unsatisfied need and to attain a determined goal. And the employee performance. The performance management is all about the perfection, synchronizing, upgrading to create a value from a customer with the result of economic value creation to a stockholder and owners. The expansion of performance management is clearly very large, which is why performance management must be weaved within the enterprise as a tool to improve employee motivation to high performance. There are theories of motivation here. The Herzberger two-factor theory and the Maslow's hierarchy theory is considered. And when we are talking about the relationship between employee motivation and employee performance, motivation is able to make employee work hard, pay more at a time, and encourage organization to engage their employees to work and attain common organizational goals. In the private sector, banking, there is a lot of workload and a lot of pressure on employees to complete the target so that the bank can achieve profits in the long run. Motivation and the employee performance is a main issue for the today's management and are often considered a useful tool for employee performance. Research which has been done on the context of the motivation. As for the scholars, it is the management responsibility to identify the required motivational variables and use them to motivate their employees, which could directly impact their performance. When an organization can identify motivational factors accurately, management can design effective motivational program and performance appraisal schemes. Financial, non-financial motives are used mainly for employee performance and not only for employee retention. Hence, it is urged that employee motivation and employee performance are positively correlated. There are theories used under the motivation of financial motives and non-financial motives, and they are summarized here. And when we talk about the conceptual framework, dependent variables, independent variables, these variables are selected by referring to the relevant research articles, methodologies adopted by various philosophers. And the research methodology, as the outermost layer of the Saunders research onion, pragmatism is used as the research philosophy of the underlying research because theories are used in the practical application. The deductive approach is used as the research approach in the underlying research as it is a way of testing existing theories by developing testable hypotheses. Experimentally, research design is used on the research design as existing theories are used to establish the relationship between two variables. The strategy for this study is expected to be a descriptive survey through a questionnaire to collect required data. And also a pilot study was conducted as the first step, and the main survey was conducted as the second step. From different choices, the quantitative method as the mono method is used here. Data collection, the quantitative data analysis will fit in with the current research. Data is expected to collect as a primary source. A comprehensive analysis of research data will provide a clear description of the financial and non-financial motives affecting the overall performance of the employees. Population, here the population is considered as HSBC Global Service Center, Colombo, Sri Lanka. And out of 700 employees, 100 employees are taken as the sample employees using the cluster sampling method. And data analysis. Data analysis here, the quantitative analysis, descriptive and correlation analysis is used. And quantitative analysis, the quantitative technique is used as the data analysis method. There's a resulting in the gathering of high quality raw data for the use of the study and to analyze the impact of employee motivation on employee performance. A survey questionnaire has been used for this purpose based on the data collected from the primary sources. Use of comprehensive analysis of the research data, therefore providing exhaustive and clear description of the financial and non-financial motives for the employee performance. Descriptive analysis for the current research, the descriptive analysis is accommodated. A detailed description and analysis of the research topic is conducted in the descriptive analysis method. data presentation and analysis. When we talk about the descriptive analysis and under the financial motive, as per the above table, like the table mentioned here, this concludes that this table mentioned that salary is the highest ranking financial motive and the housing allowance is the lowest financial motive. In meeting their requirements, individuals are expected to earn money and salary is considered as a return for their jobs. Therefore, this could be possible reason why the bank employees consider salary as the highest financial incentive. And when we move into non-financial motives, respondent had ranked working condition as the highest ranked of the non-financial motives and the promotion as the second financial motive. Career development has been ranked as the third non-financial motive. However, based on the above data, least ranking non-financial motive was the training and job security. Performance, when we're talking about the performance, the mean of 2.1954 indicates that the employees in the organization consider performance appraisal as an important motivator for achieving their goals. Correlation analysis, based on the secondary data analysis, it indicates a positive correlation coefficient. And the non-financial, based on the primary data analysis, it indicates a positive correlation coefficient and correlation is more than 0.5, indicating a moderate correlation between financial motives and employee performance. And the correlation analysis of non-financial motives and employee performance level, like in arriving at a conclusion of the third research objective, both financial and non-financial motives have obtained a moderate positive relationship between two variables, as at a 5% significant level. But the correlation coefficient of financial motive is stronger than non-financial motive, where it derives at a conclusion that the most influential financial motive is employee performance. Here it presents the mean ranking analysis under the quantitative analysis, the financial motives and non-financial motives. When we move into the conclusion, based on the data analysis, the underlying research was observed that the highest ranking financial incentive is the salary for motivating employees. Secondly, it could be possible due to the employees being motivated to work longer or flexible hours when they are provided with a transport facility. As per the data collected, the majority of the respondents also rated salary as a significant motivator. This would also stand with the Maslow's hierarchy need. And with the use of this research, the efficiency of the banking sector, it can be improved, which is always a concern of policymaker regulator, as inefficiency in the sector can result in the resource misallocation. So this is the end of my slides, and thank you so much.
Yes, yes, Miss. Yeah, you did a very good presentation. Hello, is it clear now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah, you did a very good presentation. Thank you so much for your presentation. Basically, you did a research based on the financial and non-financial motivation, isn't it?
Sorry, sir, it was not
clear.
clear.
Basically, you did a research based on the financial and non-financial motivation.
Yes.
Okay. So did you collect any information related with the process theory of motivation to prove your findings?
So your question is not clear for me.
No, you did a research based on the motivational aspects. Basically, you are collected data, financial and non-financial aspects. Right? My question is something different. I am asking, did you incorporate any ideology, any idea from the process theory of motivation?
No, sir. Actually, like I was considering motivation and performance. So when I'm doing the research on motivation, I was concerned on the factors of financial and non-financial motives. So I was going in depth of motivation, like financial and non-financial motive. Other than that, I didn't consider the process theory of motivation.
Okay. Say, doctor. Yes, please. The voice is not clear, please. Miss Sambhavi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now our doctor Sarang tried to say something. It is not clear. Are you here?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah, he's here, sir. Thank
Now
you,
okay.
sir.
Hello. My voice is audible.
Okay, doctor. You can.
One sample size what she has just shown, that is 100, and in that research it is 87 and 97. Can I have suggestion in that?
His voice is.
Am I audible?
Sir, you are audible, sir, but still the voice is not clear, sir.
Voice is repeating.
Voice is breaking, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes, but your voice is echo now.
No, sir. No, still not, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. No.
Am I audible now?
Yes, now okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. The question is, sir, sample size is 100, what she is suggesting, and in N capital it is 87. I think there is some question only that.
I didn't get the question, sir.
I think the professor asked the questions. Her sample size is 100, but according to the research finding, he found 87 or something. I don't know. I think so. Right?
Yeah, from the population, my sample size is 100, and from 100, I have got a respondent from only 87.
Okay, very good. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation and your research. Right, keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sambhavi, thank you so much to invite me. Now I think it's the time for the doctor.
Yes, sir.
He will share the session. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks so
Am I
much.
audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Just need to confirm it. Visible and audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would like to invite for the next paper. That is paper number 47. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm here to brief you on my research presentation. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present at the ICOM 2022. Let's take a look at the presentation. So today I'm here to brief you on the research study, which is on the impact of work-life balance on employee job satisfaction of executive level employees with special reference to Industrial Clothing Private Limited. this is the outline of the presentation. Let us firstly move on with the research problem, where the current level of job satisfaction of Industrial Clothing Private Limited was identified to be at a subpar level, and this was identified mainly through an initial investigation which was done with the HR manager at the Industrial Clothing Private Limited, where we could identify that the employee turnover and the level of absenteeism level has been increased during the past years. So according to the idea or the experience of these industrial experts we talked with, it was revealed that the level of job satisfaction of the employees might have impacted for this level of absenteeism and employee turnover, and also this has led towards lag in achieving targets and the overall employee performance. So moving on with the issue at hand in terms of the performance gap, it was further revealed that even though the organization has provided financial and non-financial benefits for the employees, given the competitiveness of the industry, the long working hours and tight schedules might have impacted the lower levels of job satisfaction at the Industrial Clothing Private Limited. So when it comes to the evidence from the literature, it was revealed that present day employees are more involved in jobs, and employees also feel that they cannot manage their personal life due to weighed down loads of work, which is the case in the Industrial Clothing Private Limited as well. So provision of work-life balance is significant, and given the salience of the work-life balance, organizations should ideally provide with strategies for employees to work their work and balance, but nevertheless, the salience and the relevance of work-life balance, it was not well identified by the Industrial Clothing Private Limited. Moving on with the empirical gap, most of the employees in this competitive industry have not yet been given the top priority to the work-life balance, and this is mainly because there has not yet been conducted adequate empirical studies, and the confirmation of the effectiveness of the work-life balance in Sri Lankan empirical context is yet to be studied and empirically tested adequately. So given the COVID-19 pandemic situation as well, the employees in general experience major changes to their job roles, and there were disturbance to their work-life balance as well. So therefore, it is worthwhile to examine the impact of work-life balance on employee satisfaction experienced by the Sri Lankan employees. So this brings us to the research question, whether there is an impact of work-life balance on executive level employees' job satisfaction in the Industrial Clothing Private Limited with special reference to executive level employees. And stemming from the research question is the objective of the study, which is to determine the impact of work-life balance on employee job satisfaction in Industrial Clothing Private Limited with special reference to executive level employees. When it comes to the significance of the study, this study would address an empirical gap, and also it will further assess the directional relationship between employee work-life balance and employee job satisfaction. And this study will provide recommendations with empirical and managerial implications for which will help policymakers and implementers to facilitate work-life balance of the employees while improving organizations' performance as well. Moving on with the literature review, it was revealed that employees with their jobs tend to neglect and discourage daily works and responsibilities, and leads towards higher level of absence when they go through a higher level, a lower level of job satisfaction. And it was also revealed that the employees show higher level of job satisfaction when work-life balance is met. So work-life balance strategies, if implemented appropriately, a higher level of work-life, higher level of employee satisfaction would result, and the organization would ultimately benefit from it. These are also some of the literature which I came across, where the hypothesis was developed based on the thorough literature review conducted by the authors. So moving on with the conceptual framework, where we have developed based on the theories and the literature review, the hypothesis, which is the null hypothesis, where there is no significant positive impact of work-life balance on employee job satisfaction, and the alternative hypothesis is there is a significant positive impact of work-life balance on employee job satisfaction. So stemming from this hypothesis, the independent variable, which is the work-life balance, and the dependent variable, which is employee job satisfaction, is depicted in the conceptual framework in this slide. Let's take a look at the research methodology. This is a quantitative study which is explanatory by nature, and the survey strategy is used, where a structured self-administrative questionnaire was used as well. In establishing the reliability and validity, validated questionnaires were used from past literature, whereas Cronbach and Farr analysis was used in assuring the reliability. So the data analysis was done using correlation and regression analysis using SPSS, where the unit of analysis was at the individual level, where the individual executive level employees were selected as the sample. So the target population was 110 executive level employees at the Industrial Clothing Private Limited, where when it comes to the sample, the simple random sampling was used, where Kurgis and Morgan sampling table was used to select 86 executive level employees, resulting in an effective response rate of 95%. So moving on with the data analysis, especially the sample descriptive analysis. So majority of the respondents were males who were among the age of 26 to 35 range. Majority was married and had 3 to 4 members in their family. And the work experience, many of them had the tenure of 5 to 9 years. So when it comes to the reliability and validity, the questionnaire was used, was adapted using standard questionnaire from past validated literature, and the Cronbach alpha was tested, and the internal consistency reliability was established. The Pearson product movement correlation was conducted for the 2 variables, the work-life balance and the employee job satisfaction, where the result shows that the work-life balance is significantly and positively related, has a correlation with the employee job satisfaction, and the model is statistically significant. When it comes to the linear regression analysis, the R-square was equal to 0.339, showing 33.9% variance of job satisfaction is explained by the work-life balance. The model was also statistically a significant one. So So there is a significant moderate positive relationship between work-life balance and employee job satisfaction. So when it comes to the hypothesis testing of the study, with the correlation coefficient and the regression analysis, the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. Therefore, there is a significant positive impact of work-life balance on employee job satisfaction of executive level employees of the Industrial Clothing Private Limited. So according to the study by Mendis and Virakodi, in the discussion, we could found that in that study also there has been a positive impact on these two variables. Rifda and Sagrandhani also revealed that there is a strong positive impact of work-life balance on job satisfaction of managerial level employees in that empirical context. So this studies conducted by Naeem and Tripathi also confirms the findings we could derive through the data analysis of this study as well. So when it comes to the managerial implications, we recommend as the researchers that training programs such as time management and personal, which will improve the personal effectiveness, and the low workload management and life management training programs, these could be facilitated to enhance work-life balance for employees, where a company can also start a workplace childcare center for working parents and to reduce stress experienced by the working parents. So further, as a major workload overhaul to the way employees work, like given the pandemic situation we had to face during past years, the practice of work from home also should be facilitated as a strategy to enable work-life balance in the employees' lives. So these are some of references which we have used in our study. So thank you for your patience and listening to me. If there are any questions, I would be very like to answer those questions. Thank you very much.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I hope this time it is clear now, voice.
Sir, a kind request, sir. The presenter of this paper ID is here with us, sir. So she will answer the questions from the same account I'm using, sir. Is that okay?
No issues, sir. No issues, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That was great one, Miss Pereira. Am I right?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, it was fabulous research.
Thank
First
you
of all,
very much.
congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate your efforts. And can you just elaborate more on sample size, how you selected?
Actually, sir, since it's a quantitative research study, so we had to go to probability sampling method. So, and use the Kurgis and Morgan sampling method, where actually the target population was 110 executive level employees, sir. So according to the table, we selected 86 executive level employees, where the effective rate we got was 82%, 82 respondents. So that makes the effective respondent rate to 95%. So that's how we selected the sample. It was a probability sample.
Yes, yes. Can I have one more question? Only
Yes,
1
sir.
minute?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What is the rationale behind selecting this particular theme to present?
Can you
Concept. Why you selected this particular concept, not the sample? Concept, what you presented, research. What's your title?
Sorry, sir. Title?
Rationale behind that. Reason. Fine, fine. Yeah, if you can.
The main reason, like, if I'm not mistaken, your question, sir, in the context of that organization, there was a issue, sir. Actually, a real organizational issue, a managerial issue, where the organization is not performing well, sir. They were lagging behind. They were having higher absenteeism rates, and people were leaving the organization. So when we had the initial discussion with the HR manager and the executives there, we could identify that they are the experts. They are the people who work there. So they have this idea of like if the people are not satisfied, that's
fine. Thank you. I really appreciate and congratulate once again. It was fabulous research.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Can I have now paper number ID 50?
Good morning, everyone. Today we are able to present on human resource management and or artificial intelligence, a bibliometric exploration to 2015 to 2021. I'm Pagina Madhisha myself and Anushanda Gamage, the co-author of this research and University of Jawaharlal. So the introduction part of this presentation signifies that since the 19th century, artificial intelligence has been regarded as a relic of scientific literature. Notwithstanding, most professionals today recognize that integrating innovative technology dynamically morphs workplaces. The traditional business practices are undergoing a paradigm shift in today's globalized world. So as business leaders prepare for a fast-paced digital world, AI-based machine learning technology promises to transform department of human resources on multiple levels. So improving human resource management productivity through AI technology has promoted a strong interest in the future development of this operational area. However, in HR research, there's still lack of inclusive knowledge on the evolution of this area. Similarly, the traditional narrative literature reviews make a significant contributions of the. However, there are insufficient to provide a comprehensive overview of a specific domain. So as a result, the science mapping, which uses bibliometric methods to visually represent an overview of and the evolution of a specific field is gaining popularity. So therefore, the purpose of this paper is to analyze AI and human resource management using a bibliometrics method to identify the major research forces, including authors, journals, articles, and the countries, collaboration between countries, hot topics, conceptual structure, and the evolution of the research themes on a sample of 30 documents published between 2015 to 2021, extracted from the Scopus database. So increasingly, the scholars highlight how information technologies are evolving HRM-oriented practices by using recruitment, training, competence management positively impacting HRM sales quality in both local and international firms. So these technologies introduce new actors into HRM practices such as social robots. They open up new opportunities and support various HRM services. In a similar vein, the deployments of AI in HRM have become dramatically evolved in several areas such as recruitment, selection, to mitigate the time and the cost that aims to improve the firm's operational efficiency. So it is axiomatic that the potential use of the AI to enhance HRM strategy and firm performance is being recognized in both developed and developing economic context. So the researchers argue that businesses face severe pressure in emerging countries to craft exclusive strategies to cope with the global markets, economic and the political change and the exponential competition. Thereby, embracing AI in human resource management can embrace as a vital mechanism of their organizational strategy. So paradoxically, the research on the link between AI and HRM is a plethora in developed countries. Countries such as Lanka are still in the infancy. Therefore, the present study aims to perform a bibliometric analysis of the articles published in the Scopus database related to AI and human resource management. A bibliometric techniques employs data from publications to create structural images of scientific subjects, identify the present research trend and future approaches. So in this study, the data were extracted from the Scopus database. So one of the salient databases that provide high quality and authentic publications in the various disciplines, especially management. The research terms and their combinations using the Franke was artificial intelligence, AI, human resource management, and HRM, AI and HRM were used to obtain relevant data. So the search term was between 2015 to 2021. So exclusively design inclusion criteria were used to select the most pertinent research articles and eliminate unnecessary articles not covering the research topic. So the inclusion criteria include articles published only in the journal, articles only in the English, literature reviews and empirical articles, the article published in management journals, only conference papers, books, book chapters were eliminated in this study. So this process, rigorous process led to the identification of 67 articles for the bibliometric analysis. So this is the main information about the data. So this section process the descriptive analysis of the data. The primary information about the data is presented in table 1. It shows that 27 journals have published 30 research articles on AI and HRM. For the 121 authors were identified in the data with the 131 or the appearances. It's on the documents. 141 keyword plus and the 121 all the keywords were identified. So figure 1 discloses the evolution of the scientific production in the field. So the total number of documents per year was generated from 2015 to 2021 using the Scopus database. So it is possible to observe an increasing interest in the topic. So as shown in the figure 1, the research of the link between AI and HRM continues to evolve. So it is apparent that from 2015 to 2018, there's a significant growth can be identified. However, from 2018, there's a rapid growth can be observed. So it can be noted that in 2021, 38 documents were published. So most influential journals with the number of publications are shown in the figure 2. At least 2 articles, so in AI and HRM domain. So accordingly, the Human Resource Management View, followed by International Journal of Human Resource Management, followed by International Journal of Manpower, identified as the most influential journals with the highest number of publications. So the thematic evolution map of AI and HRM signifies the analysis of the key theme evolution reflecting the main research sub areas in the AI and HRM literature was the next phase. So the study was carried out throughout the 5 time periods from 2015 to 2016, 2017 to 2018, 2019 to 2020, and 2021 to 2021, 2021 to 2020. The results are shown in the figure 3. So I shown in the figure 3, during the 15 to 16 period, the research was chiefly focused on the several sub-themes regarding HRM, project management, cloud computing, information management, data mining, integration, decision support systems, automation. So in the second period, the new topics were emerged like fuzzy logic, learning systems, resource allocation, digital storage. So in the third period, 2019 to 2020, the additional sub-themes were emerged like deep learning, human-computer interaction, application programs, decision-making, risk management. So during the year 2021, learning systems, knowledge management, big data, machine learning, data acquisition, and personal training were emerged. So the hot topics, so the timeline map shows the temporal spans of the clusters and how these clusters were intertwined. As illustrated in the figure of 10 clusters were formed. So the nodes of each line represent themes in each cluster, and the connections reflect the relationship between them. Furthermore, the linkages between clusters demonstrate that all 10 clusters are inextricably linked. So the yellow citation rings are the current research top hotspot. So the main clusters are categorized by index terms from their own citers and are abbreviated with the on the right side of figure 5. These extracted key clusters with called the I call the research frontiers of the discipline. So the cluster 0 is the most populous since it has most items 18. The cluster's effectiveness was shown by the successive massive nodes and the cluster's most noteworthy theme. So the cluster 1 to cluster 7 is also have large nodes, demonstrating that they are relatively dominant themes in AI and HRM research. So the research hot topics of AI and HRM in the past decade comprise of multi-agent system, decision support system, Internet of Things, active learning, decision tree, optimization, software design, data mining, cloud computing, human-robot interaction are the main research areas in the domain of AI and HRM. So the co-occurrence of analysis, as shown in the figure 6, the authors utilized the bibliometrics for the WAS viewer program to display the co-occurrence network of the top 20 high-frequency keywords in the AI and human resource management literature with the temporal information. So the total distances between the in the co-occurrence network reveals their relatedness. In general, the closer to the two terms are, the greater the link. Therefore, each keyword's color denotes the keywords average publication year, calculated by the averaging the publication years of all articles having the keywords in their titles and abstract. So altogether, 7 research clusters were identified. The co-citation analysis. The co-citation analysis is a scientific mapping approach that presumes that articles are often cited together thematically identical. So the analysis may disclose the intellectual structure of the research domain, such as its underlying themes. So the advantage of utilizing co-citation analysis is that the business academics may also identify thematic clusters in addition to locating most important publications. So the figure 9 depicts the co-citation analysis of authors. So when it comes to the country, a total of 46 countries have published at least 1 articles in this research domain. So United States, 18 articles, United Kingdom, 14 articles, India, 12 articles, China, 10, Germany, 10 articles, Australia, France, and Italy, 9 articles. So the top 3 countries were identified in AI and HRM fields. The country with the highest number of publications in the US, followed by UK, and India is third one. And further, the result shows that the 3 countries have published 3 articles, 11 countries have published 2 articles, and 21 countries have published 1 article. So the multidimensional scaling analysis of keywords was performed to discover the research domain's conceptual structure. According to Kay et al. 2020, multidimensional scaling analysis is an exploratory analytical approach that demonstrates the interconnections among many constructs in 2 dimensions view, and is beneficial for determining the error distribution of themes in a specific research domain in figure 11. So the keywords are dispersed as points in 2-dimensional space because of their distributions are increasingly similar, and closely they are displaced in the conceptual spectrum. The bibliometrics construct the 8 keywords clusters automatically as seen in figure 11. The biggest cluster is red, includes 42 words dots. The second cluster is blue, third cluster is green, and have 8 keywords. So the cluster 1 about the topics such as decision support system, digital storage, engineering education, deep learning, Internet of Things, learning algorithms, knowledge management, intelligent systems, economic and social effect, risk management. And the cluster 2 contains teamwork, automation, and human resources, and scheduling. Cluster 3 involves personal training, software engineering, maintenance, and teaching and learning. So the role of AI in promoting and facilitating human resource management functions has been progressively acknowledged. So most of the explorations on the evolution of AI and HRM take the traditional literature review, which is inadequate to provide a comprehensive overview of the research domain. Thus, the process science mapping study visually presents an exhaustive and extensive overview into the AI and HRM domain evolution. So furthermore, this study, dominant countries, influential articles, authors, journals, thematic evolution of the research domain, important research clusters, influential keywords, conceptual structure were identified and presented. So in the countries analysis, this study feels that the USA, UK, China, and India are the most influential and productive academic nations in AI and HR domain. To identify the research theme clusters and the evolution of the research topic, thematic evolution analysis and the cluster analysis was performed. Thematic map and the the timeline view are presented. The thematic analysis research shows that the research front areas are cloud computing, decision support system, information management, automation, digital storage, data, big data, and machine learning, etc. Importantly, 10 research clusters were identified like multi-agent system, decision support system, Internet of Things, active learning, decision tree, optimization, data mining, cloud computing, and human-robot interaction. So the present study findings will be useful for researchers in AI and HR to extend their knowledge and understanding of AI and HM research. So these are the references. Thanks a lot.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. May I have the author, please? That is Rakiana and Madhusan. Any one of them, if available.
Yes, I'm online. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope I am audible to you, Madhusan.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah, yeah. First of all, I really congratulate because of the new concept, which is actually the need of the hour in the field of HR. So
Okay,
really
sir.
appreciate. It's fine. No need to showcase the video. Oh, okay, fine. It's great, huh?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
I'm at
Now
the
you can
office.
switch off the video if you wish.
Okay, sir.
Just
I'm at the
mention my
office right
question.
now.
Yeah. Okay. Only one question. Very quick answer, please. That is how your research can be useful for micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. Because nowadays MSMEs are actually the buzz of any of the economy or the country. So how it can be useful in that field? It's really appreciate, huh? HR and AI you connected. I really appreciate. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. But the research is mainly focused on the human resource management practices and AI, but more specifically the developing countries, specifically in Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka SMEs are encountering major drawback unprecedentedly. So therefore, incorporating AI-based technologies in SMEs, I mean, it can facilitate the prolific growth. Specifically, AI-based technologies in human resource management practices are lack, specifically in Sri Lankan context. So therefore, this personal research provides significant contributions to the managers or the policy makers to embrace AI-based technologies, combining human resource management practices, for instance, in the recruitment selection practices, or even the training programs. For instance, if you consider the training program, AI-based training, for instance, vestibule training, simulation training programs can be take place in the SMEs to embrace a significant growth of the country. So therefore,
Fine. Thank you. I really best wishes to you for future career in this particular field, and try to develop more even research based. This is actually a good one, literature review you have collected, right? So I wish you a great success for your career in this particular field. And I really congratulate this Gamit sir also. I think he just joined. So congratulate to the whole team.
Okay, so thanks a lot, sir. Thanks so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Can I have paper number 42? Shweta.
Greetings to everyone who has joined the first international conference on management and entrepreneurship. I am Shweta Vaidyaratna from National Institute of Business Management, Kandy, Sri Lanka. I am grateful for this opportunity to present my research titled The Impact of Transformational Leadership on Employee Resilience During a Crisis Situation. These are the areas that I am going to cover. So without further ado, let me brief you in about the research background. The historically there has been only a limited number of researchers done that discuss the relationship between transformational leadership and employee resilience, especially with specific reference to a crisis situation. It is apparent that COVID-19 has created the need to understand organizational setbacks at a deeper level and how organizations can effectively respond to crisis. Hence, my research, the impact of transformational leadership on employee resilience, was done having Earls Regency Resort Thannikumbura as the background for the study. It should be noted that the tourism sector was one of the hardest hit sectors in Sri Lanka during the pandemic, according to the reports of Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So here I have listed down the research objectives. The key objective is to understand and analyze the relationship between transformational leadership and employee resilience during crisis. Moving on to theoretical framework, Hull et al. In 2008 described transformational leadership in terms of inspiring change and transformation in individuals. According to Baird et al., employee resilience means absorbing the change and learning to thrive in the future challenges. Let me brief the conceptual model. The independent variable is transformational leadership and the dependent variable is employee resilience. Each variable consists of 6 constructs. For example, transformational leadership is measured through constructs such as articulating vision and individualized support. Similarly, employee resilience, the constructs of employee resilience include adaptability and perseverance, etc. Next, I'm moving on to methodology. The research design is a causality study. The total population of the study include 200 plus employees currently working at Earls Regency Resort Thannikumbura. I further narrowed down the sample to staff category employees and the sample size came down to 63 employees of staff category of Earls Regency Resort Thannikumbura. The sampling technique I used was simple random sampling method and I used 5-point Likert scale questionnaire for data collection. The null hypothesis was developed as transformational leadership has no impact on employee resilience during a crisis situation. And the alternative hypothesis states that transformational leadership has an impact on employee resilience during a crisis situation. Next, I would like to discuss the data analysis. When we observe the descriptive statistics, a large number of employees are resilient at work because the mean is 0.893. And similarly, the majority of employees describe the leadership of the organization in transformational characteristics because again, the mean is 0.872. According to the pairwise Pearson correlations, the alternative hypothesis is supported with statistical significance with strong evidence against the null hypothesis because the p-value is less than 0.05. So we can further identify that the table indicates there is a strong positive transformational leadership has a strong positive impact on employee resilience with a correlation of 0.83. Next, I have extracted the regression equation and model summary out of a simple regression model that was found statistically significant. So according to the model summary, transformational leadership alone can manipulate employee resilience up to a percentage of 68.51. As the regression equation, it indicates that employee resilience builds upon 0.6231 of transformational leadership and 0.3495 of other factors. The Cronbach's alpha for both employee resilience and transformational leadership scales were passed with values greater than 0.7 according to the interpretation by Nunnally 1978. So therefore we can say that overall this is a reliable test. The Grubbs outlier test indicates that all the data values come from a normal population and no outliers were found, because the p-value is greater than 0.05. The key findings, for key findings, we can say that a strong positive impact of transformational leadership on employee resilience was found at a level of 0.828, and thus the results accepted hypothesis 1 and rejected the null hypothesis. Hence, we can answer the research question, what is the relationship between transformational leadership and employee resilience during crisis? And that is, transformational leadership contributes positively at boosting employee resilience during a crisis situation. As for implications, I could, when considering the findings of the study, I could propose that future studies could be carried out ideally with other factors that affect employee resilience apart from transformational leadership. For example, how team efficacy or work-specific challenges relate to employee resilience. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that this the study was based in the COVID-19 epidemic, which is a novel crisis that imposed a unique set of challenges upon organizations, and there is specific focus on Sri Lankan tourism sector. So those two factors further enhances the uniqueness of the study. In summary, the findings of the research, while the findings of the research display significant potential relationships, this study overall explores and extends the existing knowledge based on transformational leadership and employee resilience. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Sir, the kind information, sir. Sir, the presenter is sick, so she is unable to join the session today, sir. So kindly, can we move to the next presenter, sir?
Yes, that's better.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So the next presenter is February 10, sir.
10.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Ramesh Nanayakkara, Principal Investigator of the research. I'm going to present you the research on factors affecting nurses' participation in continuing professional development at District General Hospital, Ampara. Introduction about the concept of CPD. General Medical Council of UK defines CPD as any learning outside of undergraduate education or postgraduate training that helps you to maintain and improve your performance. It includes the development of professional knowledge, skills, attitudes, and behaviors in all areas of practice. Along with several literature on CPD for doctors and nurses, some nursing councils in other countries has explained some key principles of CPD. That CPD is self-directed based on learning needs identified by individual. It builds on individuals' existing knowledge and experience, and it links individuals' learning to their practice. Field of healthcare is a key professional area which is evolved, diversified, and amended rapidly with new innovations and evidence-based practice. With recent development of medical technology, the way of healthcare is being delivered is changing rapidly. So to offer better healthcare for patients, every healthcare professional has an obligation to seek for new knowledge and skills. Updating competencies in every field of nursing care would not be possible with basic nursing training or with ad hoc educational opportunities offered for nurses once in a while. This demands a methodical, coordinated, ongoing system for CPD for nurses. Although there is no properly coordinated program on CPD for nurses, they participate several in-service training and workshops conducted by Education and Training Unit of the Ministry of Health. For this research, we select District General Hospital Ampara, the second largest tertiary care hospital in Eastern Province with 470 nurses. At Ampara, we observed that nurses' participation in CPD programs relatively low compared to doctors. So what would be the causes for that? So our research problem was, what are the factors affecting nurses' participation in continuing professional development? Following a thorough literature review, we were able to narrow down our research problem by identifying these four factors: personal factors, interpersonal factors, structural factors, and motivational factors. Based on the literature review, we developed four objectives: to identify the personal factors affecting nurses' participation in CPD at DGH Ampara, to identify the interpersonal factors affecting nurses' participation in CPD at DGH Ampara, to identify the structural factors affecting nurses' participation in CPD at DGH Ampara, to identify the motivational factors affecting nurses' participation in CPD at DGH Ampara. Based on the literature review, we developed this conceptual framework. There are four independent variables: personal factors, interpersonal factors, structural factors, and motivational factors. Within these four factors, there were several indicators measured by 5-point Likert scale, and finally, these four composite variables were developed. And the dependent variable was participation in CPD. This was measured in two ways. One is the actual participation during last 3 years. We measured it as a number. And the intention of participation in future CPD activities, we measured it using 5-point Likert scale. Based on this conceptual framework, we developed this one hypothesis. First one, there is no relationship between the personal factors and nurses' CPD participation. Second one, there is no relationship between the interpersonal factors and nurses' CPD participation. Third one, there is no relationship between the structural factors and nurses' CPD participation. Fourth one, there is no relationship between the motivational factors and nurses' CPD participation. To test those hypotheses, we conducted descriptive constructional study at DGH Ampara. We selected 233 nurses from 470 using simple random sampling method. Self-administered questionnaire was used to collect the data, and data was analyzed using SPSS version 22. As the constructed composite variables did not follow the normal distribution, several non-parametric tests were used. 95% significance level was used to assess the hypothesis testing. Result and findings. Response rate was 74. The prevailing COVID-19 situation affect this respondent rate of 74. And actual participation, only 81.9% nurses participated for CPD program after they entered to the nursing profession. And among them, only 72.1% participated for CPD programs during the last 3 years. The intention participation, the mean value of the intention participation varies from 2 to 4.4 and has a mean value of 3.06 and the median of 3.2. So it indicates the average respondent is in favor of participation in the CPD programs. Out of the factors, high domestic responsibilities, lack of family support, high cost of courses, lack of relevant CPD programs, long geographic distance were the main barriers affecting nurses to participate in CPD programs. And out of the motivational factors, to gain new knowledge, to develop new skills, and to learn new nursing roles were the main motivators nurses to participate in CPD program. All the indicators of the personal factors, interpersonal factors, and structural significant association at 95% significant level with intention of participation. The downward linear trend line in scatter plot suggests that there is a possible negative linear relationship of the personal factors, interpersonal factors, and structural factors with intention of participation. The upward linear trend line in scatter plot suggests that there is a possible positive linear relationship of the motivational factors with the intention of participation. The multiple linear regression model revealed that including identified 4 composite variables to predict the intention of participation is significant at a 95% significant level as a corresponding probability of F statistic is less than 0.05. Conclusion. Statistically significant association, negative association between the personal factors, interpersonal factors, and structural factors with the nurses' participation in CPD programs. Geographic distance and lack of relevant CPD programs were the main barriers. And the motivation factors are positively associated with the nurses' participation in CPD programs. To gain new knowledge, to develop new skills, and to learn new nursing roles were the main motivators. According to the result of this study, all 4 formulated null hypotheses can be rejected at 95% significance level. Recommendations. CPD programs should make available within the institute or within the district to improve the nurses' participation. Following identification of training needs, relevant and adequate CPD program should make readily available for the nurses. Cost of the pain program should reduce to reasonable amount. Installment plans for the course fee should introduce to reduce the burden of course fees. Financial incentives or CPD scoring system for promotions can be introduced to motivate the participation to CPD programs. Thank you very much. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Oh, yes, the sir is available. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. I really appreciate your research and the concept, because in this particular pandemic situation, these are the front warriors, you can say it. They really did well, the great job. So first of all, congratulations for this particular theme and topic you have selected and your team along with all the authors.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, can I have 1 or 2 questions, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you elaborate how your research can be useful for policy making purpose to the government, not only in Sri Lanka, but in other also?
Yes, actually, as you know, the healthcare field is a rapidly changing field because with the advancement of the technology and the people expectations are high and changing of the economic condition of the people, the provision of healthcare is rapidly changing. So not only the nurses, every healthcare professional should upgrade their knowledge and skills in order to provide a better service. But in Sri Lankan context, basically for nurses, once they pass out from the nursing training in schools, they are not getting a proper education or proper CPD activities during their work. So not only for the nurses, for basically all kind of healthcare workers.
Healthcare workers, yes.
So there should be a mechanism to provide them adequate CPD programs and incorporate them for their promotions as well. But at the moment, there is no such a mechanism.
Yeah, that's why what I recognize, I may be wrong. See, there is no as such that session chairs are always experts. See, we are also continuous learner. I learned from your research article what I have gone through. That's why I asked, because I think government is now required this thing.
Yes, sir.
So I request you to work more on this and try to prepare a policy paper. This is my just a personal suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I really wish congratulations for the same.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, it's a great to have you. Thank you,
Yes,
sir. Madam?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Can I have 1 or 2 minutes if the time is allowing?
Sorry, sir?
I just need to have few words with all the authors and to the organizers, if the time allows.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to one and all present over here. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the host and chairperson of the ICOM 2020, Professor Nalin, sir, for providing me this platform and opportunity. I am really grateful to Sambhavi madam. Am I right, ma'am? Your name? For providing me this platform.
Sambhavi, sir.
Sambhavi, ma'am. Yeah. So thank you, both of you, sir and ma'am, for providing me this platform. I really appreciate to all the authors who did a tremendous research work, whether it is literature based or whether it is data related, that means primary. It was really a great efforts by everyone. So I would like to take opportunity to thank you for this research and best wishes to all of you. And few suggestions, please follow APS style while you are preparing your references. Do more number of research, right? And try to make it your own research, literature review based, right? Whatever the literature review you are collecting, don't just try to utilize the same as, or just don't try to do the just a you can say paraphrasing work. Try to add your own logic behind that and try to add it accordingly. Otherwise, it's fabulous experience. And I really appreciate everyone. I think all the papers completed, ma'am? Or yes. Anyone left?
No, sir. Everything. Everyone has presented.
Yeah. So thank you. And I really appreciate Professor S. Gunapalan, sir, if available.
Yes, same to you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Yes. Ma'am, would you like to have a picture of all? Then those who are present, they are supposed to start their video.
Yes, sir. That's what we are waiting, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, sir. So thank you very much for your kind words, sir. So we have almost come to the end of the session. So it's time for the group photograph. So we will give a 1 minute. Can you all please kindly switch on your videos?
Please send us this group photo in the email at last.
Sure, sir.
If people are audible to us, please switch on your camera. That's what madam suggested for a group photo. If everybody is listening.
So we'll take 1 minute, and once everyone has unmuted their videos, we will take the photo.
Oh, yes.
All of you, please, can you all have a big smile? Just we are going to take the photos.
I think you have to inform them they are already unmuted from video and audio. Then only they will start again.
Thank you very much, all.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Sambhavi.
Yes.
And please convey our best regards to Professor Professor Nalin and chairs and the vice chancellor also. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. It has been a thought-provoking academic session, bringing both theoretical and empirical solutions to the knowledge glitches. And I'm sure that the participants have learned much things related to their interest of areas. At the very outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the panel chairs, Professor S. Gunapalan and Dr. Chirag Bias, for your constructive comments and suggestions to us. And as well, I would like to acknowledge my gratitude to all the scholars for making your time and giving us these wonderful presentations. With that, we have come to the end of the session. Thank you all of you for the participation, and please join the virtual awarding ceremony at 6:30 p.m. in which the best papers will be awarded. Have a great day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I just need to talk to session chairs. So I'm Sitari from accounting department. So here I want to tell that our session goes as if I will take the start and I will hand over the session to the session chairs, and then session chair is responsible in calling each and every paper ID and their name. So when you call the paper ID, the name and the respective research paper title will appear on the screen, and then the video will be played of the presenter. Then when the video is played, when the video 10 minutes is done, when the video is done with playing, the responsible session chair can commence question and answer session. So that can continue to 5 minutes, and then the next paper will be called by the respective session chair. That is how the session is planned. And the other thing is, after the session, since the presentation mark is not yet added, all the paper IDs respective presentation mark has to be reached to me. So your respective session chairs can decide on what form you can send me the marks of that. It could be a text message or an email or phone call, anything would be fine. So can I know which way you all can convey the presentation marks to me?
Sitari, can I just mention something? I'm Professor Lakshman Vatawala. That is, I will be speaking initially because I hope you have arranged it that way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The guest speech will start sharp at 2:30, sir.
Fine, good. Okay, thank you. Do you have the backdrop? Because can you send it on? Do you have the backdrop which you can send to me on the chat?
Yes, I will send, sir. So have you got it?
Good afternoon to all of you. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session on accounting of ICOM 2022. To start with the proceedings of the session, let me introduce our distinguished session chairs, Professor Kumar Uluwatta, Professor D.N. Jayantha, Professor L.P.S. Gamini, and Dr. K.V. Arunashantha. We are very grateful to you for joining us today to grace this occasion. He is a respected academic who currently serves as a senior lecturer at the Department of Accountancy, Faculty of Business Studies and Commerce, University of Coimbatore. He completed his bachelor's and master's degrees from University of Regression before proceeding to complete his PhD in finance at Wuhan University of Technology, China. He is also a fellow member of Certified Professional Managers, and his research interest includes management control practices, financial reporting, costing, and budgeting. Let me warmly welcome Professor Kumar Uluwatta as one of our respected session chair. Next, let me introduce one of our session chairs, Professor D.N. Jayantha, to you. He is a professor attached to the Department of Accountancy and Finance. He is a well-known researcher who has published high-ranked journals such as Managerial Finance, Qualitative Research in Financial Markets, Journal of Public Affairs, International Journal of Qualitative Methods. He is also a practitioner with 17 years of industry experience and many years of academic experience. He has been awarded several times for his outstanding research performance. He is currently serving as the co-editors-in-chief of the South Asian Journal of Marketing, published by Empirical Publishing, managing editor of the Asian Journal of Finance, and South Asian Journal of Tourism and Hospitality, published by the Faculty of Management Studies. Considering his valuable contribution to research and academia, Empirical Publishing UK has appointed him as the brand ambassador for its South Asian region as well. He has completed his PhD from University of Colombo and has earned his master's from University of Regina. Now let me introduce our next session chair today, Professor L.P.S. Gamini, to you. Professor L.P.S. Gamini serves as the head of the Department of Accounting and Finance, Department of Open University of Sri Lanka. He completed his PhD in Delhi in finance and has got his MCOM degree from University of California. He successfully completed his Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration from University of Regina. His research interest includes financial management, managerial economics, and open and distance learning. He has edited and published many books and research papers at the international level. Also, Professor Gamini is in the editorial review board of many top journals. Now, let me introduce our final session chair today, Dr. K.V. Arunashantha. He is a senior lecturer attached to Finance and Accountants Department of Rajarat University of Sri Lanka. He has completed his bachelor's and master's degrees from University of Regina. He has earned his PhD in Management Science and Engineering from Wuhan University of Technology, China. While contributing to a number of research publications, his main research interest is into behavioral finance. Next, let us move to the invited speech. He is a proud receiver of the National Honours Sri Lanka's Gamini confirmed for distinguished services of a general nature by President of Sri Lanka in 2019. Also, he is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, fellow of the Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants of UK, and a Chartered Global Management Accountant. He was inducted to the Hall of Fame of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka in November 2013. He has also received the Lifetime Achievement Award from CMA Sri Lanka in 2018. He is currently the president of the Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka and its founder. And he is the president of the Institute of Chartered Professional Managers of Sri Lanka and its founder, past president of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, past president of the South Asian Federation of Accountants, and founder signatory from formation of SAF in 1984. Please welcome Professor L.R. Vattawala for the invited speech.
Thank you very much for that very warm introduction. And our distinguished session chairs, the panel, the paper presenters, the other distinguished invitees, and of course the participants and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me congratulate the Open University of Sri Lanka for organizing the ICOM 2022, the first international conference on management and entrepreneurship. I think it's a very, very big honor for them for organizing this conference, which is really one that is looking at the business management, innovation and challenges and resilience. And this session today is going to really speak on the accounting, I think also on finance and banking. And I'm indeed very happy. And I wish to congratulate the chairman of the conference, who has played a very, very dynamic role in getting this organized as the first conference, Professor Nalin Abesekara, the conference chair, and also the first of our Vice Chancellor, Professor PMC Tilakaratne, and the Dean Faculty of Management and Studies, Professor Sivalokadasan. I too have a close link with the Open University of Sri Lanka, as I had been on the council during the time of Professor Umar Kumarasamy, and at that time CMA Sri Lanka managed, they entered into a MOU, and I think that was the first time that a professional body entered into a MOU with a university, and this enabled the students of CMA to those who are with after A-level to pursue a degree at the Open University. I think so. This was a great change that has taken place, and I'm indeed very happy that I have been able to be here and to speak to you. Now, if you look at the accounting field, I think everything has to be finally put down in rupees and cents. And as you all know, today we have, of course, everyone will have an annual report. Today, there are a lot of developments that have taken place in the accounting field. You know, one is, of course, I can just mention to you, even when I talk of it, the reporting, the integrated reporting that is taking place. Now, one of the purposes of the integrated reporting is not only take the financial aspects, but the non-financial aspects, and also to ensure that there is a value creation. Now, that is a very, very important area, especially I am sure, I know a lot of our professors are here from the universities, to see the value that has been created by an organization to its stakeholders. Now, stakeholders and society is a very, very important aspect in this. Now, even in our accounting field, we have the ESG, the economy, the society, and the governance. Now, that's something that we are now looking at rather than the earlier bottom line concept of trying to maximize our profits. So economy is important, the society is important, and governance is important. So the three very, very important aspects, and that's why I said integrated reporting has taken all these into account and really provides the final conclusion of the value created by the organizations. So it will be stakeholders, it will be the shareholders, and of course, you cannot forget the society and also the environment. Environment is, of course, very, very important aspect today. And if you look at the governance side, governance is something that is inbuilt in the financial accounting profession, because if you say you're an accountant, then they are always thinking that you are a very trustworthy person, you are full of integrity, and you are a person with whom we can depend on. So governance is important, and that governance is will show the good qualities of the professional accountants that are there. You know, so on the society side, I just want to tell you that something that we, from the management accounting side, that we have done. We have what is called, we have a framework that we have just put out on the managerial and societal costing. Of course, the managerial costing is the normal sort of costing that is going on, but the societal costing, now that's of great importance. If you really today look at what the current situation is, all these costs are affecting the society. So today, because the costing is of great importance in Sri Lanka. I'm very sorry to say that this has not been given much prominence, because today one of the biggest problems that we have, of course, is the scarcity of foreign exchange. But if you really look at it, the purpose, the real reason for that is that maybe we are spending more than what we earn. So that's a simple exercise which everyone knows. But even in the case of governance, in governing a country, the same thing has to apply. So as I said, this importance of costing, because supposing if you really look at the cost of a product, now if you really look at the cost of a product, we need to see that the proper cost of is included. That inefficiency, the wastage, the corruption that goes in is not included. So that's why every institution, now if you take the private sector, I think a lot of them are implementing this. But if you look at the government sector, the overstaffing, the high costs that are involved in it are really not reflected. So now this is a very good time to look at this costing area, and especially the societal costing, because ultimately the products and goods are sold to the society. So are the societies getting at a affordable or a reasonable cost? So this is a new area that we have gone into, and I'm sure that it will help everyone. Then I also saw that there is one paper on the Buddhist Eightfold Path. I think in this respect, the Singalovada Sutta. Now, what does that say? It says one portion for of what you earn should be for your purpose. 2 portions for investing in your business, and the 4th to be invested for times of need. Now, this is not something that is applicable only for the people in the country, but is applicable even for the government. You know, you see now we are now talking of the problems that we have had due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, supposing if we had built sufficient reserves, then the pandemic situation could be overcome, as people will be able to use the reserves where you can do it. Now, this has been done in many countries, but unfortunately we also did it, but we do not have sufficient reserves to give to meet the needs. So that's something that we need to keep in mind here. Even Lord Buddha has preached it in the Singalovada Sutta, and we really have not practiced it. So this is another area that I thought that I should bring to your notice. Then, of course, the importance of the costing, as I said, really, if you really look at the financial accounting side and the managerial accounting side, there are 2 important, major differences. Of course, a lot of the financial accountants are treated as auditors, but if you are an auditor, then you look at things only at the end of the period. But if it's a managerial accounting, a managerial accountant is an operational person who has to be. So a lot of the institutions will need this. Even in the financial accounting, there will be people who are involved in the operational area. And that is something that is, of course, in the private sector, it is there. But unfortunately, in the government sector, that is missing. So that's another important area that we need to look at. Now, I was talking about this value. You know, the value is created through an organization business model. Now, you have a good business model, like in the integrated reporting, which takes inputs from the capitals and transforms them through business activities and interactions to produce outputs and outcomes that over the short, medium, and long term create or destroy value. But we need to create the value, but to destroy it, because we should have to see that we can create value for the organization, its stakeholders, as a society, and the environment. So here we now have taken into account the non-financial factors. So that's the new trends that are taking place in the accounting field. And I'm very happy that the reporting and other areas have been done. And today that you all are going into this field of presenting various papers. Of course, some of them are talking of the returns to stakeholders. I think that those are also important, but then we have to take into account the non-financial factors, and integrated reporting is a very, very good way. And now the new trends that have taken place, the sustainability accounting and sustainability reporting is also coming in. And the International Federation of Accountants, which is the global body, has combined the Integrated Reporting Council with the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, and they formed what is called the Value Foundation. So we are now waiting to see what sort of new standards would come as a result of this. So I think this conference is a great conference that has been done. I must congratulate them, because this organizing the first one is not the easy thing, but certainly from a professional point of view, either from the chartered accountants, either from the management accountants, or from the accounting technicians, certainly we can play a very, very major role. And I'm very happy that our professors from the universities are present here, because when the act of the CMA was discussed for half a day, at that time, the minister in charge of the higher education, he said that this is a very good opportunity for professional bodies to work with the university. So we are already working with the Open University. I think that's a very good thing. And I think we have MOUs with many of you, and this would be very, very excellent. I wish the conference all the very best. And I'm sure that all of you will be able to make very good presentations and make this a great success for the future. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you very much for your kind words and for the valuable speech. Let us proceed with the technical session now. Presented here is the presentation schedule from now on. May I now very respectfully call upon the panel chairs, Professor Kumar Uluwatta, Professor D.N. Jayantha, Professor L.P.S. Gamini, and Dr. K.V. Arunashant to take over the session here on. I also wish the presenters best of luck. Over to you, sirs.
Okay, thank you very much. Before starting this session, I would like to say something which is relevant to what is the Professor Vatavala told, that Kenaboge Bunjaya, Dvihi Kamampayoji, because most of researchers, they are going after more and more quantitative matters. This common to most of researchers in Sri Lanka. Anyway, from your total income, 25% for consumption, for your consumption, 50% for investment, and 25% for your savings. But you know, why we are doing when we are doing research, we are not touching the reality. We are just applying more and more formulas and quantitative models and everything, and getting some findings and results, and then saying many things. Those who can't understand what is actually what we are doing. Because very first, I would like to tell you all, when we are doing research, we have to do something for the country as well as the society, because our results, if those results are not relevant to the society, these are not important. And while congratulating to your first international conference, and I would like to invite Mr. Sampavi Manoharan. The topic is the impact of microfinance services on the living standard of people. Double dot. with special reference to Trincomalee DS divisions. Invite you to present your findings.
Oh, madam. First of all, I take a pleasure to thank the university for providing me the opportunity to present my research in the first international conference on management and entrepreneurship. So today I'm here to present the research work which I undertook on the impact of microfinance services on the living standard of people with special reference to Trincomalee DS division. Introduction. Poverty is a curse upon humanity that leads humans to suffering and a state of despair. It has become a huge threat to countries like Sri Lanka, which are on the margins of globalization. As a developing country, improving the standard of living of rural area is a long-standing challenge. The main problem come here is the inability of the people of rural areas to obtain funds from the formal sectors. So this is the point where microfinance institutions enter into the scene. The microfinance institutions are the innovations of the field of finance, which is viewed as a helping hand to uplift the poor people from the curse. But now it has become a controversial topic due to its inactivation and negative impact. However, in the Sri Lankan concept, in spite of the long history of microfinance services with a large number of institutions providing microfinance services, there are only limited research findings on the way of approaching claims and impact on standard of living. Hence, I have undertaken a study on this specific topic. Problem statement. While some researchers argue that microfinance has potential to increase the living standard of poor people, some others argue that microfinance has no or minimal impact on the standard of living. According to the study of Kadrakamar in 2017, microfinance institutions are the current worst exploiters in North, East and North Central parts of Sri Lanka. Now let's take a view on the huge protest which took place last year, March, against the act of microfinance institutions.
On 5th March 2021, like this year's International Women's Day, 100 women gathered in protest at the Empirical Town Square in Colorado. They were protesting against predatory lending companies that have victimized countless women for the past 6 years. According to the Movement for Land and Agriculture Reform, currently 2.8 million people, many of whom are women, suffer from being unable to pay back full-bearing microfinance loans. They are constantly harassed physically, verbally, and in some cases sexually by debt collectors. The protesters claim that from 2017, more than 200 women have taken their own lives, as they were unable to repay their debts. 3 such suicides were reported within 3 months of this year alone.
But how exactly does a process that begins with a small loan end in suicide? Take the example of a woman struggling to provide her family who obtain a loan from microfinance company. Loan may be used for various purposes such as agriculture, build a home, or for some other entrepreneurial activities. The woman has taken 1 lakh loan and signed all the documents which are written in English mostly. Many of the people can't read and understand. Therefore, the loan agreement is signed purely based on the trust. However, she won't be getting the whole amount requested since the loan company would make various deductions for its services. The recovery process for the loan starts immediately. Due to this, the debtors are forced to repay the loan with interest before they have time to make profits from their endeavors. People who borrow these loans have to pay interest starting from 35%, the ceiling rate as directed by the CBSL, but sometimes the rates are high as 220%. So the state of depression makes people to take their own life. Currently, the existing Microfinancial Act Number 6 of 2016 is widely recognized as an inadequate piece of legislation that does not make it mandatory for financial institutions to be regulated. The Credit Regulatory Act of 2019 that was introduced as a solution to this problem has also not been implemented due to many bureaucratic loopholes. So proponents often argue that microfinance uplift poor people from the poverty, but the evidence are mixed. So this in turn makes question about the real impact of microfinance institutions on the living standard of people. Especially, I have chosen Trincomalee district to fill the existing literature gap there. Plus, Trincomalee is a quite cosmopolitan with Tamil, Sinhalese, Muslims, and Burghers all living in amity where microfinance institutions are showing a rapid growth. However, I have chosen HNB Finance institutions here since it is the most popular institution functioning with the aim of playing a vital role on poor. Therefore, I have taken this study to find out how far does the role of microfinance service influence the living standard of people in the Trincomalee district. So here I have presented the summary of the few researchers and their findings. Next, the objective. First, I have given the primary objective, which is to find out the role of microfinance service contribution that is influenced on standard of living in the context of Trincomalee DS division. And next, I have developed secondary objective, which is to identify the levels of microfinance service contribution and the standard of living in the context of Trincomalee DS division. Next, according to the study of Harshani Dedenu in 2018, I have adapted the conceptual framework. So here the microfinance services are measured through 3 dimensions, which are advisory support, micro-saving, and microcredit. Likewise, the dependent variable, which is living standard of people, is measured through 3 dimensions, which is education, income level, and repayment. From this conceptual framework, I have developed 3 hypotheses as shown here. Based on the methodology, here I selected 100 microfinance beneficiaries from Trincomalee DS division using convenient sampling technique and issued questionnaires and collected data. Now let's move to the finding part of the presentation. In my findings, first, to satisfy
I'm Arnushanta here. So I got the message from Open University that they got the power interruption. So they asked us to wait some more time until they join. Professor Kumar, are you there?
Yes.
Sir, we'll have to wait few minutes because
Okay, it's okay, no problem.
Right.
Sir, can you make Asanka Similaratna the host? Yes. Okay. Sure. Sorry for the interruption. Based on the research paper that is presented now, the session chair, relevant session chair can comment on the video. Professor Kumara Uluwatta, are you there online? Dear audience, if you have any questions on the presented video, you can raise now.
Can I make a comment on this?
Yes, sir.
Right. So first I want to say I would be very much pleased and honored to be a session's chair of this session. So regarding this research, first I appreciate the authors, the work they have done, and publishing this kind of work. So after going through the entire paper, which I received, so I found now the paper includes 3 independent variables and 1 dependent variable. So they have examined the impact of these 3 independent variables on the dependent. But in the paper, I didn't see so how each independent variable.
Sir. Yeah.
How
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, I can
Sir,
hear.
yeah, the thing is, sir, in the conceptual framework, my independent variable is the microfinance service contribution, and the dimensions which I use to measure the contribution of the microfinance services are the advisory support, micro saving, and microcredit, sir.
Yeah. You mean you have taken all 3
dimensions, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Then, yes. Then I think it's better to change the way you present the conceptual framework.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay,
yes.
sir.
You should take only microfinance as 1 independent variable. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. I will consider.
And in addition, so just to add some value to your work.
Okay, sir.
So it's very much useful if you can analyze how how this relationship is different among male and female and different age groups and those respondent with different education level.
Yeah, sir. The
So
thing
that,
is that
yes,
I
that
did some analysis but I didn't add them in these slides.
All right. But the same I didn't see in your paper. That's why I'm asking you to extend your work by looking at this relationship, how this relationship different between male, female.
Okay. Yeah,
Among
sure.
different age groups. So that information will be very much useful for those who are using your results for making, let's say, some policy decisions. So particularly those microfinance institutions to implement their products.
Okay. Sure, sir. That would be fine.
So that's my
sure,
comment.
sir. I will consider.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Right. You're welcome.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Shanta, for your comment.
Okay. And may I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Your topic is the impact of microfinance services on the living standard of people. Then after people, you have to start with that topic. After people, you have to put double dot with the special reference to Trikomali. DS division, that is not the way of putting the topic, right? DS should be explained very well, right?
Okay, sir. Okay, sure.
Right. What is because people don't understand what you mean by DS, right?
Yeah.
Then Sampai, no? Sampai.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
And in addition to that, when you are coming to the abstract, right? Abstract should be very clear, while mentioning that study purpose, your problem, and your data collection methods also explained there, and
Yes.
analytical ways mentioned, but study purpose and problems, I think missing, right? But and also, I think I don't know whether there is a are you aligned with the standards given by your university, because you have to follow all the standards given by the university, right? When we are reading the total the paper, I didn't see that something wrong with that, because you have to follow all the instructions given by the university, right?
Yes, sir.
And also some cited references. I'm not going to talk about because earlier about analysis part, right? Earlier the mentor mentioned what are the things to be considered when doing analysis, right? And some cited references are missed from the reference list, and some references are not irrelevant to your thesis, because you have to cross check all the references with your citations.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Got the point? And also abbreviations, say like DS, I have seen that WHO, we know that one, World Health Organization.
Yeah, yes.
But general public, they can understand what you are say with World Health Organization like that, WHO, right?
Yeah,
and also, finally, this kind of qualitative type, because if you have had a chance to go for qualitative research, right?
Okay,
Here we can see the quantitative analysis, right? If you have a chance to go for the qualitative side, the mixed research, mixed type research, mixed type means qualitative plus quantitative, right?
Sure,
then
sir.
if you have had a chance to go for the qualitative part too, then you could have chance to finish the research with good findings, right? Because people, when we are going to people, there are so many so many grievances. Now grievances are not addressing by this research, right? Grievances are there, right? People are having more and more problems. Eva, we have to explain by words, not by formulas, right? From the quantitative analysis, right? Quantitative analysis, what you are doing, putting everything into the one basket and giving some questionnaires and then getting data, collecting data and putting it into the package and coming up with some quantitative results, right? With
Yes.
quantitative results, you can't explain what is actually happening in the reality. Reality is somewhat different than what you are actually searching, because we have to research what is actually happening in the real world, right? Because we have to understand the real world. When we are coming to the real world, you have to go for mixed type research when you are doing in this type of research, right? Microfinance, right? Got the point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, because you have to develop it's up to some extent. What are the grievances behind those people? What actually they are saying, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I also can remember when I was doing some research. I am qualitative researcher.
Okay, sir.
Because quantitative findings are not much relevant to the real world, right? Therefore, you have to think about, again, rethink about what actually you are doing, right?
Okay.
Thank you very much, and good piece of work. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words, sir. I will consider all the things in my next research work, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The next presentation will be played in few minutes. Please be online.
Yes, Mr. Baru.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Is it correct? Name correct?
Yeah. Baru.
Okay. Now your paper is impact of financial
market development
market development of capital structure. The critical capital structure, critical review of empirical evidences. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you can start the presentation. We can't hear you.
Yes, sir, we can't hear you.
I think his mic is mute, no?
Sir, recording is played now.
I am Baru Nagambava, working for Sri Lanka Institute of Advanced Technological Education. Research title is impact of financial market developments on capital structure, the critical review of empirical evidence. First, we can move to introduction. Capital structure is the combination of long-term debt and equity. The primary objectives of capital structure is to minimize cost of capital in order to maximize shareholders' wealth. Several studies on capital structure were started after Modigliani Miller developed irrelevant capital structure theory in 1958. Irrelevant capital structure theory says that capital structure will not decide firm wealth. Capital structure theories have evolved from a variety of viewpoints and assumptions, many of which are completely contradictory in nature. According to Watt and others, 2004, Graham and Harvey, 2001, no one has been able to describe how to optimize use of capital structure up to now. According to Besser and others, 2012, capital structure decisions are critical for companies' financial soundness, financial stress, and finally, bankruptcy may result from poor capital decision. Frano and others, 2010, they concluded that a link between financial crisis and leverage in developing economies. The financial market is made up of several independent marketplaces for different types of assets types that manage assets exchange. By encouraging the placement of shares and bonds in the main market, well-functioning capital market improves the allocation of capital productive use in companies. It allows investors to buy and sell assets in liquid stock secondary market. It also promotes a good corporate governance by requiring companies to provide accurate information to investors in order to help them make sound investment decisions. Banks and stock market in particular can lower transaction and agency cost and also offer enough liquidity to the financial system, and also mitigate information asymmetry concerns like moral hazard and adverse selection by acting as intermediators. It is vital to look at actual facts about the impact of financial market developments on capital structure, as well as to develop concepts to add to the current body of knowledge. The purpose of this study is to review the current empirical evidences to see what has been found about financial market developments and capital structure, as well as to identify research gaps in the field. Now we can move to literature review. This table shows what authors found in their studies in relation to the impact of financial market developments on capital structure. Here there are authors, they have concluded the impact of financial market developments on capital structure. Their findings are here. And also, authors, they have found variables in their studies in relation to the impact of financial market developments on capital structure. Accordingly, there are two concepts here. One is capital structure and other one is financial market developments. For capital structure, the authors have found debt to equity ratio and debt to total asset ratio as a variables. And also for financial market developments, they have found market capitalization, stock market liquidity, size of banks, and credit growth of banks as a variables. By reviewing empirical evidences of the previous studies, the conceptual framework has been developed. Accordingly, the financial market developments is independent variable and capital structure is dependent variable. Under financial market developments, there are 4 variables available. One is market capitalization, market liquidity, size of banks, and credit growth of banks. Likewise, under capital structure, debt to equity ratio, debt to total assets ratio. In this conceptual framework, the firms are classified into high levered firm, moderated levered firm, and low levered firm. Now we can move to results and discussion taken from the critical review of empirical evidences. The empirical evidences show be analyzed in qualitative and quantitative manner. Financial market developments represent the development in stock market and banking sector. Financial market developments have a significant impact in deciding capital structure firm. However, the extent of determination of capital structure by financial market developments compared with other factors such as firm-specific characters, macroeconomic conditions, and corporate governance practices is not considered. Financial market developments are measured by market capitalization, stock market liquidity, size and credit growth of banks. And capital structure is measured by evidences demonstrate that researchers employed secondary data gathered from annual financial statement to evaluate capital structure variables. And also annual reports of stock market, World Bank development indicators to measure the variables of financial market developments. Most of the researchers have used dynamic annual data and system GMM, generalized method of movements, to estimate the regression equation and to test hypotheses. There have been few studies on financial market developments and capital structure that include both primary and secondary data and analyze it using the same criteria at a time. Also, by reviewing the literature, the researchers have used the variables for capital structure and for financial market developments. And also they mention the measurement they used. For capital structure, they use the variables, debt to equity ratio, debt to total assets ratio, and also they mention how to measure these variables. Likewise, for financial market developments, they use market capitalization, stock market liquidity, size of banks, and credit growth of banks. And also they mention they use different measures to evaluate financial market developments. So the first column is constructs, the second column shows variables, and third column shows the measurement they used in their studies to evaluate capital structure and financial market developments. By reviewing the empirical evidences, the survey statements have been developed for the questionnaire, for the same indicators, same variables. For capital structure, debt to equity ratio, and debt to total assets ratio, the statements are there. And also, for financial market developments, there are 4 indicators: market capitalization, stock market liquidity, size of banks, and credit growth of banks. For all these, the survey statements have been developed for the questionnaires. So, using these survey statements, the primary data can be collected. Conclusions. Most of the studies reveal that financial market development influences the combination of long-term debt and equity of firms. And firms are led to make adjustment in the combination of long-term debt and equity capital whenever the financial market development in terms of market capitalization, market liquidity and size, and credit growth of banks. All findings agree on identical financial market developments affecting capital structure, although the effects and the relationship differ. These variations might be attributed to the differences in region, industry, and sample period selected. On the other hand, for the impact of financial market developments on capital structure, most of the research have not considered the level of leverage that firms are having in capital structure, and most studies have collected secondary data to analyze the effect of financial market developments on capital structure. There have been lack of studies on financial market developments and capital structure that focuses on both primary and secondary data using the same criteria at a time in order to evaluate the impact of financial market development on capital structure. Most of the studies paid less attention on the extent to which financial market development determines capital structure in comparison to other factors like firm-specific characteristic, macroeconomic condition, and corporate governance practices. Future research can be done on the combined determinants of capital structure, such as financial market development, firm-specific factors, macroeconomic conditions, and corporate governance practices using the survey approach together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Barum.
Yes, sir.
Name is correct, no?
Okay,
Name correct?
sir.
Okay. Okay. You know, this is very, very common area, but in your conclusions said that mostly people are going with quantitative data. Qualitative factors are not considered. Therefore, when we are going for research, again searching, research, we have to think about qualitative data too, because people say financial market, here your topic is impact of financial markets development on capital structure, on the critical review, right? Then we have to find new ways new ways and paths to do when we are researching, because all these things are existing facts. Just what we are doing, we are just producing existing facts in different ways, right? Therefore, we have to think twice about when we are doing actually what is happening to us, right? Say, if you are going to the central bank report, right? Central bank report is continuously producing fake type facts and figures, right? Why we are believing all those facts and figures, right? If you are going to the company financial statements or annual reports, right? Do you believe those reports? Our question is that, right? Therefore, we have to touch the reality when we are doing a research, right? And therefore, that is my common ideology behind your research. But here, when we are coming to, because when you are doing another research in the future, you have to think about actually what is happening in this world, actually.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Actually, what is happening in this world, right? The share market activities are there, financial markets are there, financial markets. After changing the one manager, one manager to the another branch, and new manager came into that branch, then the transactions are going up and up, and then finally make it Chinese Tintian Sansang Kiela, right? Then they people are coming to the branch, then that branch is going up and up to A grade. How the same branch going up to that A grade from C grade, right? Therefore, we have to think about that one, right? Okay. Mama Kiwi, I wanted to explain you because when we are doing research, we have to think about the reality. What actually we are doing now, just collecting data, putting it and getting some results. No point, no people make some advantage from those results, right? And sometimes we can understand what you are finally saying, right? In your conclusion, no, sometimes no people can't understand what actually, because regression analysis, that analysis, this analysis, chi-square testing, like that, different analyses are there, right? Okay. Ms. Varun.
Yeah,
and,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, if we are coming to your abstract, right? Abstract should be consistent with some special areas, right? Scope of your study and purpose of your study and your problem and data and way of analysis and results and conclusion especially, right? Those things should be included to abstract when we are coming to abstract, right?
Okay.
And also, those special points should be clearly mentioned in your abstract, right? From the abstract, we should and must have chance to understand what actually you have already done. Got the point?
Okay, definitely.
And also, you have to think about, I don't know what is referencing style. Referencing styles are there, right? Therefore, you have to follow the approved referencing style, right? And there are lots of grammar and some other wordings, and you have to prepare all those things, right? And cross-check your citations with the references and also referencing style, right?
Okay.
And also, when you are doing this research, first you have to consider the format of the paper format. Right? Format should be considered when you are doing the research because you know in the middle you can include anything, but format is very important, right? Therefore, format is considered by format, and then you have to think what actually you are going to research, right? Those are very, very important, and also you have to think about whether whether you have already applied the appropriate tool for your analysis, right? Because there are different types of statistical analysis, no? Therefore, you have to think about whether you have occupied appropriate tool. Right? When we are going to chi-square do, say, just normal regression analysis or multiple regression, like that, then when applying, you have to think about what is your area, what you are actually going to do, and your analytical tool, right? Reconsider about that.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and this is also kind of a good piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And I also have a few comments about your paper.
Okay, sir.
So you have done a literature review.
Yeah.
So when you are doing a literature review, so you have to do it systematically. So you have to follow a systematic literature review procedure in your paper.
Okay, sir.
So when I'm looking at your full paper,
yeah.
So I didn't see that systematic literature review procedure you have applied in your paper. So you can improve your paper by doing such a systematic literature review procedure.
Yes, sir.
So in addition, you should analyze in your paper the research article you have reviewed by year in country-wise or at least developed countries, developing countries, and you should analyze by journal. So likewise, you can do various analysis and present those results.
Okay.
Then in the abstract, you should present how many years you have done the literature review and how many articles you have analyzed in your literature review. Those piece of information you should present in the abstract.
Okay.
Right. So with this, you can improve your paper, right?
Definitely, sir. Okay, sir. I'll improve, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So good evening, everyone. Next paper ID is paper number 93. So I would like to invite the researcher in order to present the paper. So it is by Yapa Bandara, Disanayaka, and Madhurangi. It is over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am YBMAH Yapa Bandara, and I am an undergraduate student of University of Sri Lanka, Faculty of Management Studies. This dissertation has been done as partial requirement of my bachelor's, and I'm very thankful towards Open University of Sri Lanka to giving me this wonderful opportunity to uplift my academic records. So, first of all, I would like to introduce the research topic. And the research topic is the impact of financial performance on dividend payout, a study of banking and finance sector companies listed in CSC. Moving on to the first slide of the presentation, the introduction. Organization managers and shareholders are always considering about the financial performance of the firm because it's the influential factor of their decision making. If there is inefficient, ineffective financial performance of a firm, it directly affects for the shareholders' wealth, and it also tend to reduce the shareholders' investment decisions also. This may ultimately result in collapsing of stock market, and also it may fall business at a risk. So the success or the failure of the firm is always dependent upon the financial performance of the firm. So most widely accepted objective of financial organization is to maximize shareholders' wealth. Dividend decision involves the determination of the percentage of profits earned by the firm, which is to be paid to its shareholders. It is called as dividend payout to shareholders. For the functionality of CSC, there have to be shown tendency of excellent financial performance from the organization's operation at CSC. So for that purpose, this research is recorded as companies according to the CSC website, and the records are taken from 31st March 2021, and there were about 282 companies listed in CSC and the 20 sectors. In this research, taken the financial sector, and next slide, I'm going to talk about the research problem statement. This research is going to investigate about the impact of the financial performance on dividend payout in finance companies listed in CSC. So in commercial environment, it is very competitive and dynamic, and it's changing every second. So because of the COVID-19 pandemic, decision makers and policy makers always struggling with how to implement the dividend decisions policies in such a situation. So this research might help them to make decisions, and policy makers to find out the solution for their questions. So you can see in here there are some research questions I have suggested, and also the objective of the studies. This slide, the literature review, focusing about the previous researchers done in various research, and this research studies might helpful for support to this study. In this slide, I have mentioned the hypothesis that is going to be tested. And the first hypothesis H1 presented that there is a significant impact on return on assets on dividend payout. From H2, there is a significant impact on net profit margin on dividend payout. From H3 present, there is a significant impact on return on equity on dividend payout. The basic of this research is to find out the impact of independent variables of return on assets, return on equity, net profit margin on dividend payout, which means the dependent variable. In conceptual framework, this illustrates how independent variables impact on the dependent variables. The independent variables are return on asset, net profit margin, and return on equity. The dependent variable is the dividend payout ratio. Methodology methodology have taken the research population as 78 companies classified in finance sector, and there are 16 banks, 11 insurance companies, and 51 diversified companies. Research sample composed 8 banks, 3 insurance companies, 14 diversified companies out of 78 population of companies studied under CSE. The sample was selected on random basis, and the base of that is the market capitalization. The data collection makes use of secondary data to quantify by referring finance companies' annual reports from 2016 to 2019. Methods that used to analyze the data: descriptive analysis, correlation analysis, and multiple regression analysis. Move on to the key findings of the research. The descriptive analysis is mainly focused about the behavior of the data between each and every variable, and from the standard deviation values which are ROA, NPM, ROE, DPR respectively 0.03, 0.15, 0.11, 0.21. So this measures the most useful index of variability, and this proves that the values in the statistical data set are close to the mean values of the variables. According to the correlation matrix, reveals the degree of relationship between dependent and independent variables. This matrix also helps to test the objective of the study. And the summary of the correlation matrix presented like this way. The first point is that there is a weak positive linear relationship between return on asset and dividend payout. Second point is there is a weak negative relationship between net profit margin and dividend payout ratio. Third point is there is a weak negative relationship between return on equity and dividend payout ratio. To test the hypothesis from use of multiple regression analysis, there are several assumptions are used to check the reliability and validity of the data set. Therefore, the multi-collinearity study has been taken, and it proved that there is no multi-collinearity in this study. According to the coefficient table, the seek value of F statistic is 0.005, and generate results prove that the research model is overall significant 99% confidence level. R-square value of the analysis was 0.126, and it shows as a percentage of 12.6, which is variation in DPR can be explained by return on asset, net profit margin, return on equity. The remaining 87.4% variation in dividend payout ratio can be explained by other variables which are not included in the regression model. In order to formulate the relationship among independent and dependent variables, the following linear equation can be used. Therefore, if ROA change in 1 unit, DPR would increase by 3.286. And also, if net profit margin change by 1 unit, DPR would decrease by 0.383. And the third one is return on equity. If it is changed by 1 unit, the DPR would decrease by 0.489. So the statistical analysis proved that the proposed hypothesis can be acceptable. The discussion of this research is concluded as this. The study is mainly focused about the impact of the financial performance on dividend payout in finance companies listed in CSE. Based on the results, which was generated from multiple regression analysis, findings prove that the hypotheses are significantly impact and acceptable. The main objective of the study has clearly proved from the statistical data that there is a significant impact on financial performance on dividend payout in financial companies listed in CSE. Research questions have answered through the multiple regression model with amount of average level and varies between each independent variables and dependent variable. In addition, accordance with the dividend policy theories, this study is compiling with dividend irrelevance theory. Myler and Midigalon done a research in 1961 introduced this theory. Theory suggests that dividend patterns have no effect on share issues. The conclusion of this research as follows. Multiple regression analysis summarize there is significant impact on return on assets and dividend payout ratio in positive way with a significant level of 1%. And also there is a negative relationship among net profit margin and dividend payout ratio at significant of 5%. Finally, return on equity and dividend payout also has significant level of 5% with a negative relationship. Conducting these types of research studies in field like finance sector, giving the idea that there are some dominant companies operating and it's difficult to sustain in finance field without having retained earnings for the future growth. But those retained earnings should contribute to the future growth of the dividends. Otherwise, company could not increase shareholders' wealth. Due to that, managers must formulate better dividend policies to ensure that their investors are remaining on the firm. It is not necessary to cut off the dividend to provide earnings for future growth of the company, and this may lead to improve the existing investors to other firms where meet their expectation. Also, providing relevant information to the shareholders about the company finance performance by firms might help not to create artificial domain among finance companies. Firms can also grant profit to make growth in dividend by provision of some percentage from their profits also. So this is the final conclusion of the research paper, and this is a question and answer session of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. So before commenting, I would like to introduce myself. I am Professor Devasiri from the Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. So you have done a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you have done a good job. So I have few basically suggestions in order to improve your paper. First thing is that, so I have gone through your research questions. By looking at the research questions, the first research questions, that is, those are not appropriate for your study. Fourth and fifth research question, those two research questions are very similar. If you look at that, the fourth research question, that is, what is the impact of financial performance on dividend payout? Fifth one is, what is the relationship between financial performance and dividend payout? So actually, I wonder how you are going to determine impact and relationship in two different research questions. So that is one of my basically questions. So you can, what you can do is, you can have one research question instead of these 5 research questions. In the same time, with regard to the objectives of your study, so you can follow the same rule where you can convert your research question as an objective. So with regard to the contribution, so I have a doubt. The reason is that there are so many studies conducted here in Sri Lanka determining the relationship between financial performance and dividend payout. So please look at what are the other studies conducted. So then determine what is the difference of your study. So how you are going to differentiate your study from those of the studies, then you can make the originality. The second thing is that with regard to the third thing,
So you have to capture all the theories with special reference to this, not only with regard to the bird in hand and agency. So in addition to that, one of the major theories is that the signaling theory. So signaling theory says that the financial performance signals basically dividend payout signals good financial performance. So you can discuss it. You missed that point. So in addition to that, when we come to the methodology, so you have selected 25 companies, is it?
Yes, sir.
So based on 25 companies, you can have 100 observations for 4 years. So that you are having a panel data. So the best method is running a panel regression. So instead of a panel regression, if you are performing a multiple regression, you should justify it. So I have used pool data. So you have to rationalize it. So that justification should be there, Puta. In addition to that, with regard to the basically regression assumptions, you have to test on not only the multicollinearity, but also the serial autocorrelation, heterocadasticity, normality. That is essential, Buddha. So you have to test that as well. So with regard to the discussion, so please bring some Sri Lankan studies and differentiate as I stated earlier. So those are my comments. In addition to that, I would like to open the forum for the discussion. So Professor Kumar Uluwatta, sir, do you have any questions from your end? Or Dr. K.V. Pesant or Professor Gamini. Gamini, sir, do you have any suggestions or comments to improve the paper?
I'm Arun Shanta. May I comment now? I have few comments on this.
Yes, please, doctor.
Right. So I need just to ask one question. So what are the expected relationship between the independent and dependent variables in your study? So I mean, what are the relationship you have hypothesized?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
I mean, now you have 3 independent and 1 dependent variable.
Yeah.
So have you hypothesized any direction of the relationship between these variables?
I actually tested about the impact of the two independent and dependent variable, and
you haven't thought about whether
thought about yes.
So because I see in your results 2 relationships become negative.
Yes.
Now what you can do is you can bring your study to the next stage. So you need to find out why this negative relationship happens. So one suggestion I can make, this could be because of the company's life cycle stage. You know, initial company need more investments, so dividend payout would be less. So when the company comes to maturity in general, company can pay more dividend. Then the dividend payout would be high. So such differences may be in your sample. So what you can do is you can bring your study to the next stage by incorporating that life cycle stage into your analysis. So I guess you can bring very valuable results if you do that in your next paper.
Okay. I consider that about that.
So this is a kind of a good work. So I appreciate your effort.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Santa, for your valuable comments. So are there any comments from the panel? Professor Gamini. Gamini, sir. So if there are no comments from the panel, we can open the forum for the discussion. So if there are any questions from the audience, you can make. So if there are no questions from the audience, so we can move forward with the next paper. So thank you very much for the presentation you have made. You have done a good job. So considering our comments, please improve your paper.
Thank you very much.
Now I would like to call upon paper number 18. So it is over to you now. Paper number 18 by M.A. Dilangi Prabodhika.
Greetings, I'm Dilangi Prabodhika from the University of Bedfordshire, UK. I'm going to explain my research, which is titled on the dividend policy ratios on firm performance of public listed companies in the apparel sector of USA. The apparel industry has a long-standing records as the world's largest and most bountiful market in the United States. The country created an attractive market for producers in developing countries and developed countries. Among these countries, the United States is maintaining its domestic production at a viable level, maintaining high consumer demand. In simple terms, the dividend is a part of the profit distributed among the equity shareholders as a benefit to their investment. Top management of the board of directors of the company decide whether to pay out a dividend to shareholders or retain the profit for the future investments when the company makes profits. The underlying research aims to review existing literature on factors of dividend policy and determinants of the firm performance and analyze secondary data on the relationship between dividend policy and firm performance. The research focused on the dividend policy ratios and firm performance in the apparel sector of the USA, as the firm performance can be measured differently. Nike, Oxford Industries, Gap, and American Eagle are 4 apparel sector companies of the USA selected within the time frame of 2015 to 2019. And there are 4 objectives of this research, and objectives are presented here. And the problem statement: dividend policy persists as an unresolved problem in corporate finance, notwithstanding the diverse studies. There are numerous studies conducted on dividend policy and firm performance, especially in developing or emerging economies. But there is an inconsistency in the results of previous studies. This study departs the issue unsettled. Listed companies, like for example, the listed companies in the Colombo Stock Exchange, Sri Lanka, manufacturing firms in Sri Lanka, hotels, restaurants. There are some examples for that. When we go to the literature review, the dividend policy, there are different policies in an organization that vary from company to company. Different patterns of dividend policy in developed and emerging markets consider dividend policy as a matter that should be dealt with and overcome in corporate finance. Dividend policy is an interesting issue at present that has noteworthy components of firm policies. There are several elements that affect the dividend policy in the firm where corporate governance is considered as a significant element, whereas it provides regulations and guidelines regarding shareholder dividend payments. And firm performance, when we talk about the firm performance, global attention has increased in a wide view on the impact of dividend policy on firm performance, has noticed a significant impact on dividend policy on firm performance. Firms are positively affected on investors' growth opportunities. Domestic and international organizations which do not have growth opportunities have different corporate dividend policies and give information about the impact on the firm performance. Research has revealed that the firm performance is affected by dividend policy as it is a measure of profitability. From the results of the researchers, a positive and significant relationship between return on equity and dividend policy has been reviewed. Factors influence dividend policy ratios. In the studies conducted by researcher Priya and Nimalanatha in 2013, dividend policy ratios and firm performance in selected restaurants in Sri Lanka have used earning per share, dividend payout ratio, and price to book value as the independent variables of the dividend policy ratio. These independent variables of the above mentioned research have been analyzed using regression model and descriptive analysis. However, this study considering the dividend DPS and earning per share as independent variable factors that influence the dividend policy ratios. The determinants of firm performance, return on equity measures the profitability of the corporations and compared to or more firms in an industry. Preferred shares are not included in the shareholder equity, although there are widely measurements of the performance in this study. Return on equity is considered as the dependent variables as a criteria for identifying the attractive returns from companies over a long period of time, evaluating changes in the company's financial situation. And when we're talking about the relationship between dividend policy and firm performance, literature on dividend policy shows a positive influence on firm performance. Therefore, researchers recommend having a strong dividend policy in order to help companies earning profits and investments. So many organizations are concerned about the dividend policy because it has a direct relationship with profitability. It has been found that the dividend policy affects firm performance, especially on profitability, which is measured by return on equity, and showed positive relationship between return on equity and dividend policy. Under the literature review of the Conceptual Framework, dividend policy ratios, EPS, firm size, and DPS, these are the independent variables, whereas return on equity is the dependent variable. Research methodology. The research approach is the philosophy used here is the positivism, and the research approach is the second layer from the outer side. Basically, there are two main approaches as deductive and inductive, and the deductive approach is the way of testing the existing theory, and inductive approach is the way of building the theory. The deductive approach is used in the underlying research. The research design is the general plan for how you will go about answering the research questions. In the process of research design, there are different layers. Basically, exploratory research deals with the exploring a phenomena. Descriptive research is the extension version of the exploratory research. Exploratory research is established to research causal relationship between the variables. The population sample and the sampling design. A research population is the research population here is the for apparel sector companies in USA. The sample is considered as annual reports from 2015 to 2019 of these 4 companies mentioned here. Sample design is judgmental sampling. And data is analyzed using Microsoft Excel and regression analysis. The regression analysis of dividend per share and earning per return on equity. The second data obtained from the above analysis are of the analysis are attached here. Based on the regression analysis, it indicates a positive correlation coefficient of more than 0.5, indicating moderate correlation between dividend per share and return on equity. Earning per share and return on equity, based on the regression analysis, it indicates a positive correlation coefficient less than 0.5, indicating a low correlation between earning per share and return on equity. The relationship between dividend policy and firm performance, dividend per share and dependent variable, independent variable dividend per share and dependent variable return on equity shows a positive significant relationship, and it accepts the relationship and insignificant relationship between independent variable earning per share and the dependent variable return on equity. The relationship between the accepted variable are significant and the rejected variables are insignificant. Under the conclusion and the recommendations, the test results show that out of the tested two variable, dividend per share is having a significant moderate positive relationship with the firm performance, and the earning per share is having insignificant positive relationship. The above analysis shows a significant positive relationship between dividend per share and return on equity. This implies that the dividend per share increase, the return on equity will also increase. The dividend per share is the ratio of total dividend paid out dividend by the number of outstanding ordinary shares issued. Based on the analyzed data, return on equity increase when there is an increase in earning per share. The study indicates a correlation coefficient between the earning per share and return on equity with apparel sector companies in the USA. And the study of literature review shows the dividend policy has a high impact on the firm performance in the developed countries. This impact is clearly indicated in the analysis, as it is important to identify the test results of the shown that the dividend policy followed by an increase in an increase in the earning per share has a high impact on the image of the companies in the USA. According to the findings of the research and the literature, it states that the across different findings from the different industries such as manufacturing, food, hotel, construction, and cement in various countries such as Kenya, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, prove that findings of the present research in the apparel sector of USA. Better management of dividend payment and earning per share enable to have better future performance. The research findings are similar type of undergoing research and confirm that dividend policy and firm performance have positive relationship, and this impact
Is the presentation is completed? Dr. Aruna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I think they have some power interruption issues.
Okay. So, who is the presenter of the paper number 18?
I'm here, sir.
Okay. So, Puta, basically, so I have gone through your paper. So I have few comments basically in order to improve your study. So this is not to let you down, but to improve your paper. So as young researchers, it is really good that you are doing this kind of research. But in order to improve, we have some comments. So please consider this as a positive note. So when we look at
Okay,
your
sir.
paper, the first thing is that when we consider the USA market, there are ample of studies conducted investigating the relationship between dividend policy ratios and firm performance. So that what you have to do is you have to differentiate your study from those of the studies in order to make the originality of your study as stated in the previous discussion as well. In addition to that, when we look at the literature chapter also, I see there are some theories you have missed, like signaling theory and few other theories. Please look into that as well. When it comes to the methodology, so I can see that there are only 4 companies you have selected, no?
Yes, sir.
So 4 companies into 5 year, that is around 20 firm year observations. So there is questions with regard to the sample size. So with 20 firm year observation, it is not advised to, run the regression and all. Sample size is not enough when you consider about the USA market, apparel market. So there are so many observations you can have. So you can't generalize these findings. So that is a major serious flaw I can see in this research. In addition to that, when we look at the basically your analysis part, so it is recommended to proceed with the basic diagnostics test as I stated for the previous presenter. So you have to do that regression assumptions and so on as well. So that is really essential. So in the discussion, you have to compare your study from previous studies and compare and contrast your study. So with regard to the methodology, I have seen that you have included research onion and so on. That is not important. So think about that and take these comments as positive note and improve your paper. So Dr. Aruna Santa, do you have any comment to improve this paper, sir?
Yes, I noted the same thing you said earlier. So especially the sample size. So it's just 4 companies for 5 years. That's not enough. So that sample doesn't adequately represent the entire apparel sector of the country. So therefore, when it comes to generalization of the results, so the sample size is not enough according to my view. So I think the author has to seriously take into this account when doing this study or extending this study or further.
Okay, sir.
So thank you very much. So I would like to open the forum for discussion. So from the audience, if you have any questions or if you have any comments or suggestion in order to improve this study, so it is over to you. So if there are no questions, we can go ahead with the next presentation. So thank you very much for presenting your study here. So we wish you all the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the comments, sir.
Right. Now our next presentation is on the topic of understanding the practices of financial management in Buddhist Eightfold Path perspective. So I cordially invite the presenter with the paper number 94 to start the presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Jinendra Sandeep. Let's move on to my presentation. My topic is to understand the practices of financial management in Buddhist Eightfold Path perspective. In current neoclassical economics are unable to facilitate the world current global crisis and the COVID pandemic situation, and reveals that there's a lack of moral and ethical consideration in their practices. And due to these reasons, we suggested to combine neoclassical economics with the Buddhism that helps to identify new methodology to management, particularly facilitate for financial management. In Dr. Sharma's researchers highlighted the current economic neoclassical economic worldviews limit some limitations and issues in his research, and that argues requirement of the moral and ethical management alternatives. And Buddhist financial is one such ideology that can help to fulfill the moral and ethical considerations. The neoclassical economic methods influences the current theory of the modern economy that actually influences the new path to Buddhist economic research, focusing on financial management. In this research, we describe into two ways to understand how financial management understand Buddhism, and to apply Buddhist financial management framework to current business operations. Particularly attention to Buddhist equal path perspective. In Western cultures, openly promotes a business which increases jealousy. But in Buddhism, individuals should, they explain individuals should stop their desire as a basic requirement. And this jealousy and the selfishness actually damage in every planet, it damages every person in the planet. And we all see the circumstances of this selfishness and those jealousy. And we think actually Buddhist financial management and ethics facilitate to avoid financial ethics errors also. And in this research, we employed qualitative research study that determine how financial management applications are perceived in Buddhist speech, and use content analysis research approach in to analyze the Sutta Pitaka and the Under Tripitaka, and use thematic analysis to analyze the views and analyze and examine the views of the internet, so informations and resources. And in research findings, and generally Buddhists reach about the middle way, called Majjhima Pratipada, between extremeness and activism. That equal path called systematic way to enlightenment. In the current global and social economic conditions, in some of the researchers believe that in equal path is most important moment in human history. And in equal path, we can divide it into three categories. First is Panya, explained as wisdom, that divided into right intention, and under Sila, right speech, right action, and right livelihood. And under Samadhi, right effort, right mindfulness, and concentration. These are the basic principles of a person who touches the touches the enlightenment. And these principles can be applied to current businesses practices by applying the right intention, right speech and action, right livelihood, effort, mindfulness, and concentration. And discussion and the conclusion as in most of the Buddhist ideologies started from cause and effect. Because of this has become. Therefore, other things has become. Then these principles applies to all people, individual, collectively, in every organization. no one can consider no difference for everyone because of these. This gratitude is seen as a prerequisite for good global navigation. And Buddhism can be improved their cognitive abilities by focusing texts rather than emotions, such as joy, content, attachment, and hatred. Instead, the observer should analyze things related to sources and conditions of the object. And we think this research study as identify as the basic step to for a new methodology to new identifying paths to financial management and different management perspectives. And this research might be facilitated to be framework policies. And we think this research facilitated to everyone try to introduce some new methodologies and policies, frameworks, stuff like that. And thank you.
Right. So we first appreciate the work of paper 94. So since the presenter is not online,
sir, currently I'm now connected.
All right. So we appreciate your effort, and this is a
thank you,
piece of work, and you have moved beyond the quantitative things we consider in our field. Right. So first I open the stage or forum for the discussion from the audience. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? Then any question from our chairs? Professor Devasiri, are you there? Right. So I see I have gone through the entire paper. Right. So I see authors have made a good attempt to explore moral and ethical considerations, how moral and ethical consideration could be applied to financial management in businesses. So actually this is timely important because today we see a lot of economic practices which lack ethical and moral considerations. Right. So this is actually timely important topic. We should do more research and bring to the discussion from our profession among the academics and professionals. So I'm asking from the authors, so what's your plan to extend this study? So have you thought of extending this idea to another field or another research area? Do you have any plan?
Actually, yes, sir. I had an idea about just doing the scoping, scope into just eightfold path perspective, but I just try to focus it on the whole Sutra Pitaka. Try to bring that because some of the parts in explaining the Sigaravada Sutra that explain how the duties and responsibilities should be done. Then in this research I'm not discussing those parts, but in the next research and studies I am able to discuss those things in. And I just read some books and like in a sutra, and some of the sutras have been explained about but they are very old, but that the practices of the that sutras explain all the stuff that can be applied to current market and that situations also in this kind of situation, because I think Buddhism is some kind of a calm and quiet thing that then in this scenario it's actually while considering about the inflation is high and so on, everything is so on. Sometimes every persons are considering with a lack, but in this in the regarding the Buddhism, it actually harmonizing the everyone. So I think I am able to in future I develop bit not only the management, I am going to apply for the Buddhist perspective for the economics aspects as well.
Yeah, so that's really important, because you should look at certain company practices and apply those Buddhist philosophies. Then you can make or give suggestions for the betterment of the companies, right? So I wish you all the best, right?
Thank you, sir.
So we hope to see you in future presentations or conferences with such new ideas. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Then we'll move on to the next presentation. So I cordially invite the presenter with the paper ID 25 to start the presentation. Miss Diniti, are you there?
Hello everyone, I am Diniti Amasha from the Department of Social Statistics, University of Kerala. Today I am presentation factors affection customer adaptation to online banking services, special reference with ABC Public Bank in Anuradhapura city area. Let me take it through the contents, background of the study, problem statement, research methodology, research and discussion, and conclusions. So, background of the study. Today, Sri Lanka, almost all banking of the digital banking services to their customers. So, bank in the 21st century, tipping point where the revolution has just begun. So today customers no longer for normal banking hours, but the customers want it 24/7, the 365 days banking, anywhere, anytime bank. Also banking sector supports for the economy without proper guidance and financial outstanding under the different business situation. In case traditional banking activities have been captured when conducting banking services for their customers. However, as per the permanently study, the researcher has identified Sri Lanka is developing their technological accept into their different business activities, and banking sector also tired and adapt technology into their services. Online banking facilities are important for the banking sector to conduct banking activities through the internet. Online banking system supports for the business organization and their customers due to fast transaction without more the branches conduct their banking activities at home. Conduct payment and finance activities through the distance banking modes. These facilities support for the bank and customers for saving their time and cost, and these facilities are more efficient than the physical transaction or the traditional transactions. So moving on the problem statement. So COVID-19 pandemic is the main reason why all banks actually witnessed 3 years digital transformation in just 3 months. So biggest of the island-wide lockdown customers goes to moving the digital banking. So it was actually online banking the beginning of the 2020, but with the COVID-19. Bank also addicted into digital banking, which they saw at the opportunity. So majority of the Sri Lankan banks shift to digital banking. And so improving and Mediterranean customer adaptation, ABC Bank of the Sri Lanka has been and always will be challenging. COVID-19 pandemic situation has also affected for the distance transaction, and people should more for the online banking facility due to many lockdown situation and keep distance due to critical health and safety practices under the different critical management. Therefore, Sri Lanka need to enhance Sri Lankan banking system with new modification and technological adaptation in order to meet challenges globally and external threats. In case online banking system and real-time bank settlement system are innovation for the Sri Lanka banking sector. Also, the researcher need to find what the challenges are and challenges and barriers for the low customer adaptation rate for public commercial bank in Sri Lanka, while private banking performing their online banking facilities percentage at acceptable rate. Therefore, during this study, the researcher has selected to identify the factors affection on customer adaptation on online banking system in Sri Lanka by focusing few branches in public sector commercial banking categories. Also, the researcher has identified the different strategy to increase online banking facilities among public banking sector and increase their customer adaptation under the different business conditions. As a result, the purpose of the study is to identify the various elements that influence customer adaptation in online banking study, with particular reference to the public banking sector in Sri Lanka. The study will cover the aspect of identify variable which are attitude, subjective norms, and previous behavior on online banking of ABC Bank. According to the main issue is to identify the factors affecting on customer adaptation on online banking services with special reference to ABC Bank in Anuradhapura city area, Sri Lanka. Based on this problem, the purpose of the study is to identify the factors affecting of customer adaptation on online banking services in public banking sector. Also, to identify the factors influencing the reference to online banking in the COVID-19 pandemic situation and identify the impact of factors affecting or customer adaptation on usage of online banking services in public banking sector. Moving to the research methodology. The researcher use descriptive design because it is about describing the characteristics of particular target group and impact of independent variables. So the study will be based on the deductive research strategy, and then a self-administered survey was done on 91 banking customers of the MBC Bank chosen the Anuradhapura city area, and SPS used to analyzing to descriptive statistic and inferential statistic method to due to the difficulty of accepting customers across Anuradhapura district with the pandemic situation. So convenient sampling technique was followed. The following diagram shows the conceptual framework with independent variable and dependent variable. So, and also talk about independent variable and dependent variable had been identified. So when talk about the what the researcher identified, the so many research conducted to measure the factors adaptation to prove the customer adaptation. So similarly, research has also used independent variable attitude, subjective nouns, and previous behavior that it's been provided ABC banking. And then the independent variable is customer adaptation in online banking. So moving to the result and discussions. The result of the study showed that level of customer adaptation of internet banking is in high level and level of usage also high level. The data were collected on the personal information such as gender, age, educational level. So percentages of 67.6 variances in usage in explaining by the customer adaptation of internet banking, and that is significant to conclude that the customer adaptation of internet banking is good predictor of the usage, and there is a positive relationship between the customer adaptation of internet banking and usage, as well as all the determination of the customer adaptation of the internet banking are significant predicts of the usage, while perceived behavior control is major among them. When conducting the overall customer adaptation variable and internet banking, ABC Bank customers are prevising that their bank customer adaptation regarding the online banking are high. So mainly the result of the study were that identify customer adaptation variable had a significant effect on customer usage in online banking in Anuradhapura district. Therefore, improvement in perceived behavior control is recommended for achievement of customer usage in banking sector. According to the present situation of the Sri Lanka, perceived behavior control are the major influence on the customer to adopt the online banking services. So, conclusion as the study will be identify the influential factors had we already identified that identify the influential and factors toward increasing customer adaptation. Had descriptive ABC Bank they need to investment to do they lack when come to digital banking and how they enhance insert these quality features. In this research, we had taken the three variables. Those are attitude, subjective notes, and perceived behavior control information on online banking are dependent variable upon adaptation of online banking usage are dependent variable. On the basis of conclusion result, researcher can be recommending that in features research should take into account different variables which we had not taken into conduct into account in this research. So this is about my research and I have conducted, so open the questions. Thank you for the listening about.
So first, we appreciate your work. So this is a good work. Author has done a good effort in this study. So I'm not sure whether author is available online now. Is Diniti, are you there?
I'm here, sir.
Right. So, so I guess you have developed the conceptual model based on theory of planned behavior. Is that so? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. With signal issue, I am not clear. Can I repeat now?
Now, what is the theory have you used to develop the conceptual model? Now you have used the variables, attitudes, subjective norms, behavioral controls, and the dependent variable is online, the banking use. So have you used the theory of planned behavior to develop your model?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I think when it comes to online banking, you should apply the technological acceptance model. So that is extension of the theory of planned behavior. So it's better you use the technological acceptance model to develop the conceptual framework. So have you got the point? Now you have used the basic theory of planned behavior to develop the conceptual model. So it's better use the extension of that model, technological adaptation model, to develop the conceptual framework. So I suggest you to repeat the same research by applying the technological adaptation model. Have you got the point now? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. Then any question from the audience? Any questions from the audience? Right. So thank you very much. So we really appreciate your effort. So wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Okay,
Right.
thank you, sir. You come.
Now we'll move on to our last presentation. So it is about differentiation in gender pay, a study of India. So I cordially invite the author to start the presentation.
My good wishes to esteemed special addressee, respected track chairperson and governor. Today, taking the best with the opportunity, I, Anugya Dubey of GemTech, is here to present my research paper on the topic Differentiation in Gender Pay, Study of India, Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. This paper is in collaboration with Dr. Shalini Singh, Assistant Professor at Christ University. Gender wage gap is characterized as the distinction between the normal time-based compensation of people. The gender wage gap has now been truly analyzed for different numerous years, yet also remains an area of dynamic and innovative investigation. The gender pay gap can't be completely clarified by a bunch of quantifiable factors, while controlling for elements like insight, industry, training, hours, among others. The pay gap actually preserves generally. The discussion on equivalent pay gap spins around maybe a couple contentions, including why the orientation pay hole exists, why the hole doesn't exist has restricted, why it is industrious, and why it shouldn't stay determined and ought to soon be lessened. Gender wage disparity is a superb sign of the libertarian demeanor of the general public. Various investigations have observationally found that there exists acquiring differential among male and female laborers in many created as well as in particularly all emerging nations like India. Nonetheless, not the whole acquiring differential in various economies is owing to the bad habit of mastery of one orientation over the other. India's energetic populace profile is today considered an upper hand in resting shaft position for satisfying the needs of labor and products of the undeniable bound together worldwide business sectors. Underrepresentation in leadership is one of the causes behind the gender wage gap which we see in India and over the world. Far less women than men are in administration and authority positions, particularly at more significant levels. At the point when ladies or women are treated as administrators or work as administrators, they will more often than not be more moved in management support capacities like HR. What's more monetary organization than in more key jobs? Moving on to the second cause, that is working hours. The gender wage gap is regularly a result of the various examples of labor force commitment by ladies and men. In the Global Pay Report of 2018 and 19, it says that the ILO features that women work on low maintenance premise more than men, who do in everything except 5 of the 73 nations where information are available. This is regularly connected to ladies taking on to a greater amount of the unpaid family liabilities. Moving on to the third cause, that is time out of the workforce. Women more than men are probably going to take profession paths from their unemployment to employment, which bring up youngsters or care for the more seasoned or sick individuals from the family. By time to time, as work markets develop, the present circumstance can undoubtedly change. Moving on to the next cause, that is education. Women are outperformingly men in many districts as tertiary alumni, and they are advancing into the science, innovation, designing, math, and all the STEM disciplines. In any events where women are qualified in STEM subjects, it tends to be trying for them to get and keep a task in these regions since they are customarily male overwhelmed. Moving on to the last second cause, that is feminized jobs. Word-related orientation generalizing brings about specific positions being held predominantly by ladies, and that prompts female positions being underestimated for reasons for wage rate assurance. Likewise, various undertakings that utilize a greater part of ladies will generally have lower compensation than organizations utilizing primarily men-dominant society. Moving on to the last cause, that is others. While there are various objective components that clarify the orientation pay hole, research has shown that those components don't represent the entire wage gap. There may be factors that are obscure or unaccounted for. Without any genuine work assessment strategies, furthermore, rehearses orientation inclination can undoubtedly happen in determining pay wage gap for women and men. Moving ahead with the literature reviews. Skyder and Gold in 2016 in the research paper Women's Work and the Gender Pay Gap inspected compensation on an hourly premise and clarified why orientation word related arranging itself part of the segregation women face. How it looks, this arranging is formed by cultural and the financial powers and clarifies the orientation pay holes are available even inside occupations. Moving ahead with the research gap of the study, there have been not various works which has covered gender wage gap in India. There is an absence of a thorough, efficient writing survey. So there is basically a need to study this issue so as to reduce the gender inequality. Proper analysis and the causes are to be taken care of to provide the officials formulating the rules and the policies so that some suggestions and conclusions can be drawn. Moving ahead with the objectives of my research, First, to analyze the factors affecting gender wage gap in India. Second, to study the reasons behind the sudden increase in the gender wage gap during the COVID. And the last, to recommend some suggestions following which India can reduce gender wage gap. This research paper analyzes the factors affecting gender wage gap and compare the situation of India with other nations. This research is based on secondary data, and the paper has used explorative method to draw conclusions and come up with the suggestions and some recommendations. The information is collected from various authentic websites, journals, articles, and e-support. The major information is collected from the government publications also. Moving ahead, the data interpretation of the research are as follows. The health and the survival sub-index in the region where orientation holes are littlest overall and nations' exhibitions are fundamentally more focused, scores shift among a concentrated arrangement of qualities between 93% and 98%. The way that crowded nations, for example, India and China, perform less than ideal adds to decreasing the worldwide normal outcome, well-being and survival in the second best sub-index as far as progress towards orientation equality worldwide. Here, contrasted with the outcomes on the educational attainment sub-index, the advancement is more uniform across all the nations. All nations after COVID have shut basically 93% of their well-being orientation wage gap until this point, including 56 nations that have as of now accomplished full wage gap equality up to date. Nonetheless, crowded nations, for example, India, China, Azerbaijan, and Pakistan have accomplished scores that are lower than 94%, with China marginally advancing since the last release. The fundamental driver of cross-country variety is the slanted sex proportion upon entering the world. In China, as shown, there are 0.88 female births for each male birth. In Azerbaijan and Vietnam, it is 89%. In Armenia, it is 90%, in India, 91%, and 92% in Pakistan, lower than a characteristic and natural moderately steady proportion of around 94%. In India, just 22.3% of women take part in the work market, meaning a gender wage gap of 72%. Whereas Turkey, on the other hand, has just 38.5 ladies, making it 1.5% of gender wage gap, followed by Mexico with 49.1% with a 40% of gender wage gap, Indonesia with 33.5% wage gap, Italy with 25%, Korea with 23%. These are the extra instances where women are under-addressed in the workforce contrasted with men. One more perspective that limits quicker progress in equal wage gap in South Asian countries is the health and the survival index. Just 94.2% of the wage gap on the sub-index has been shut to date. Outstandingly, the low presentation of huge nations like India with 93.7% and Pakistan with 94.4% can be followed of the inequity of child inclination and sex particular works on, forestalling a quicker development toward equality on this aspect. Moving further with the findings of my research that are, India has shut 62.5% of the wage gap up to date, positioning the country to 140th on the number plank universally. This hole is 4.2%, focusing bigger than the records in the past release, which clarifies why India has fallen 28 spots in the position after the COVID-19 pandemic. The greater part of the decay has happened on the political empowerment sub-index, where India has relapsed 13.5 rate focuses, which arrived at the degree of hole shut to date of simply 27.6%. The primary change that occurred for this present year is the huge decrease in the proportion of ladies among priests in the rituals part, which split from 23.1% in 2019 to 9.1% in 2021 after COVID-19. Further, women assessed acquired pay in only 1/5 of the men's, which puts India among the last 10 of the countries worldwide on the index. Victimization women is additionally reflected in the health and survival sub-index measurements, with 93.7% of this poll shut up to date. India positions among the last 5 nations in this sub-index. Moving ahead, for organizations trying to upgrade orientation variety across their association, it is critical to take load of wage gap equality, including orientation or the gender pay gap, which might be essential for the hierarchical culture. Undertakings that can go to various lengths to assist with shutting the gender pay gap in the organization. As for the initial step, the suggestion or the acknowledgement of the business advantages of further developed orientation or the pay gap, variety at all levels is basic just as responsibility from the top authority of any organization. More explicit ways to deal with limiting this wage gap compensation is to first advance the orientation comprehensive business culture while taking on an all-encompassing way to deal with equivalent compensation for women and individuals for work of equivalent worth. Making fair compensation offers to people, putting together offer with appreciation to the actual position rather than past compensation of the worker, as the female or the male as the last option propagates the orientation wage gap. Guaranteeing that oblivious orientation predisposition doesn't influence execution audits. Choosing and applying a task assessment technique to evaluate the abilities and obligations of the different positions in the venture so as to change work titles, substance, and relating compensation the double time. Last, imparting results to manager and business participation associations and different organizations in the ventures organization. Moving on to the last part of the research, that is the concluding. The orientation wage hole is genuine and harms ladies no matter how we look into it. Time and again it is accepted that this wage gap isn't proof of segregation, differentiation, yet is rather a factual relic of neglecting to adapt to factors that could drive income contrast among people. In any case, these variables, especially word-related contrast among women and men, are themselves impacted by the orientation predisposition. Genuine endeavors to comprehend the orientation wage gap ought exclude moving default to people for not procuring more. Rather, these endeavors ought to inspect where our economy gives inconsistent open doors to women at each purpose in their schooling, preparing, and the professional decisions. While this gap has exhibited itself as a forerunner in this space, there stays extra space to development as is valid for all the organizations along the range. One reason behind all this gap happens is regularly sloppy workers' guilds for women specialists in low innovation industry area, which is typically the primary spot for the female laborers to secure their positions, either moving from the farming area or from family work. Male laborers, while quite often be better positioned to arrange their compensation with the business than their female partners. In the interim, having more youngsters would extend the orientation wage gap true to form. Yet, this outcome must be found in emerging nations, while it isn't true for the developing or the created nations. If not, more years in schooling would not limit the wage gap. In created or the developing nations like India, then again more workforce support for the ladies or by the ladies appears to limit the orientation or the gender wage gap, likely because the female or the women specialists entering the work market to take up more lucrative health area occupations, which will quite often be accessible just in chosen created economies. Moving further, with all the references shown,
So thank you very much. You have done a good presentation. Right. So it's really appreciated. And thank you very much submitting your paper for our conference. So first, I'll open the discussion to the audience. Any question or any comment from the audience?
Right, thank you very much, Dubi. I am Asanta here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. How do you recommend, or what are the practical implications out of your findings? How do you, socialize your findings? What are the, advantages to the general public out of your study? Maybe you are muted, I think, no? All right now.
Am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, good evening to all the people present here.
Good evening.
And so I basically in the research paper, I found in my findings, I came out with some of the percentages data, which on the prior hand was given by some of the research papers and were published in various e-journals and all the e-contents, and in the recommendations have given some steps that can be followed so as to we can reduce this gender wage gap which is prevailing in our society from a long back. So we can socialize, we can generalize. These are some basic steps which I have given in my research paper that can be practiced by each and every individual or the organization so as to reduce this, not eliminate essentially, but not eliminate initially, but yeah, following that we can for sure being an optimistic one, we can really reduce this on the initial phase and then finally eliminate in the future.
Right, Ruby, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the audience? Right. So my idea is you can replicate this study to in other Asian countries. Then you can see how they have reduced this gap. Then such insight you can take into your country and make some suggestions from your work. Right.
Definitely so. So, but actually what I think, what initially I think I'll surely incorporate your suggestion for this, but India is still developing, and so scenario which India has, the other countries has, it's really very different. So the approaches can be different, but I'll try to conduct studies considering all the Asian countries and the furthermore developed countries also.
Right. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have done a good presentation. So we really appreciate, and thank you for submitting your paper to our conference.
Thank you so much, sir.
Wish you all the best. Right. So now we have come to the end of our session. So I take this opportunity to thank Faculty of Management Studies, Open University of Sri Lanka, giving me the opportunity to be a session chair in this session. Right. Thank you very much. Now I invite session coordinator, Ms. Sitari. Ms. Sitari, are you there? It's over to you now. We can't hear you. I think you are muted. I think we can't hear you.
Am I audible to you now?
Yes, now we can hear. Yeah.
We have now concluded with the technical session, and I now would like to invite you to take a group photo. So for that, I kindly request you to switch on your videos, and within 1 minute, we'll take the group photo. Please switch on your videos. Thank you, everyone. It has been a thought-provoking academic session, bringing both theoretical and empirical solutions to the knowledge glitches. So now I would like to, at the very outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the panel chairs, Professor Kumar Uluwatha, Professor D.N. Jayantha, Professor L.P.S. Gamini, and Dr. K.V. Arunashantha for your constructive comments and suggestions. And I also would like to acknowledge my gratitude to all the scholars for making their first international conference on management and entrepreneurship 2022 a great success with your presentations. With that, we have come to the end of the session. Thank you all for your participation. Please join the virtual awarding ceremony at 6:30 p.m. where the award for the best paper is awarded. Have a great evening. Thank you for joining.